you want to talk about, in which order, and what you want to say about them, because the national news media distorts both of those stories very, very badly. But let's hear your side.
Well, our protections for life are protections for unborn child when there's a fetal heartbeat, and then there's exceptions for rape, incest, and the life of the mother, and that was something that we were very proud to do. It's going to save a lot of lives in Florida, and it was the right thing to do. On the Disney thing, as you said, they negotiated with themselves to try to get out from what the Florida legislature had determined, that they should not be able to govern themselves and they should live under the same laws as Universal and SeaWorld. So it was really a middle finger to the people of Florida that they don't think that they should have to follow the same laws, and they don't even care what the elections are or what the legislature says. So Florida law, though, does allow these development agreements to be revocable because you have some special district or some local government doing that. If it's against public policy or if it conflicts with state policy, of course the state can step in and do that. There's also the state board is doing a declaratory judgment action in state court. We believe the contract that Disney tried to do has so many different flaws. The media has been absolutely horrific on reporting this. They have no clue what's going on with Florida law, and a lot of that is motivated reasoning. National corporate press, they want me to do bad, and so it's like wishful thinking to think that Disney somehow is in the right here. So we'll deal with that and win that. But here's the thing.
That's it for today's Hugh Hewitt Show. See you on Monday. Thank you, Adam. Thank you, Jacob. Thank you, Dwayne. We'll post the audio and transcript of Governor DeSantis at HughHewitt.com as soon as possible. Have a great weekend.
When you absolutely, positively need the truth, this is where you turn. This is the Hugh Hewitt Show.
Balance of Nature's fruits and vegetables, changing the world one life at a time.
Well, I watched Fox News and I seen the commercial and the testimonials like 50,000 times. They finally won me over, you know what I'm saying? Like, I feel better than I did before after taking it. So I will say that. Not every day do I eat a salad, so it's good to always know that I'm taking Balance of Nature. It's just a good thing. It makes me feel like I checked that block for nutrition. I don't eat the best foods all the time, so it makes me feel better.
Start your journey to better health with Balance of Nature. Call 1-800-246-8751 or go to balanceofnature.com to get 35% off your first preferred order. That's 1-800-246-8751. Go to balanceofnature.com or call 1-800-246-8751 and get this special offer by using discount code HUGH.
This is the Hugh Hewitt Show.
Inflation is crippling American families, and the current administration sure isn't doing you any favors. It's times like these you need to find ways to spend less wherever you can. One easy way is switching your wireless service to Pure Talk. That's right, veteran-owned Pure Talk is wireless for Americans by Americans. Instead of wasting their money on thousands of retail stores you'll never go into, famous actors you don't care about, or expensive perks you'll never use, they just want to save you money. In fact, Pure Talk saves the average family almost $1,000 a year.
To the volunteers with Retriever Rescue of Las Vegas. They saved over 800 dogs and counting from meat farms in South Korea.
I feel so lucky to be a part of it. It's wonderful to be able to open up their little cages and see them take their first freedom steps once they get here.
Monique Labar is going to foster 2 corgis, Joni and Fonzie, who were flown into Vegas. And Lee Jackson's adopting a chocolate lab.
Oh, I couldn't sleep last night. I knew, okay, whatever I do, 5 o'clock, the dog lands, I will be there. I couldn't be happier, honestly.
The group raises money and pays about $1,000 to cover the cost of getting each dog into the U.S. And speaking of money and pets, a new OnePoll survey says of about 2,000 American pet owners, most have bought at least one unnecessary pet item over the past year. But really, can your dog ever have too many tennis balls? Take a pause. Chill, NATO.
The Point is KUSG, Hagåtña, Guam, 93.3 FM and 104.3 HD3.
This is a Fox News alert. A split decision for the former president. I'm Lisa Brady. A jury in New York deliberating for just a few hours before reaching its verdict in a civil case against former President Trump.
On the question of whether or not Mr. Trump raped E. Jean Carroll, the jury has found him, has said no. But on the question of whether or not she was sexually abused by the former president and whether or not he forcibly touched her, the jury has come back and said yes. They have found him liable for sexually abusing and forcibly touching E. Jean Carroll back in 1996.
Fox's Brian Yennes. Carroll said Trump raped her in a department store dressing room. He denied there was any encounter. The jury deciding there was an attack, again finding Trump not liable for rape, but liable for sexual abuse and battery, as well as defamation over Trump calling her a liar in his public denials. The jury just awarding Carroll a total of $5 million in damages. Trump calls the verdict a disgrace, and an appeal is planned. A high-stakes meeting at the White House. The top 4 congressional leaders due in the Oval Office at this hour, with the U.S. potentially less than a month away from defaulting on its debt. House Republicans passed a bill that would raise the debt limit but attach spending cuts. The president wants the debt ceiling raised with no conditions.
What we're seeing from House Republicans, from MAGA Republicans, is that they are manufacturing a crisis. That shouldn't be. That shouldn't be. The president doesn't want to see this happen either. He doesn't want to see our economy held hostage.
White House spokeswoman Karine Jean-Pierre also says a short-term raising of the debt limit is not their plan either, after House Speaker Kevin McCarthy said he would not be in favor of that. Stocks finish lower. The Dow down 56 points at the closing bell. The S&P and the NASDAQ also in the red. America is listening to Fox News.
Today, this is Clara Manglona from Security Title with an important warning. Wire fraud is real, and home buyers and sellers are one of the biggest targets, even on Guam. When sending money by wire transfer, be sure to confirm the wire instructions by phone, not email. In this case, it's good to be suspicious and know who you're dealing with. Let the professionals at Security Title work with you to minimize loss due to wire fraud. We are here to help.
Recapping the verdict, former President Trump found liable for sexual abuse, battery, and defamation, but not liable for rape. In a civil case, he vows to appeal, the jury awarding writer E. Jean Carroll $5 million in damages. Investigators in Texas say the gunman who killed 8 people at a Texas outlet mall before he was killed Saturday had no criminal history and appeared to choose victims randomly, though they also say he did express neo-Nazi ideation. Texas public safety officials just holding a briefing. The gunman had been kicked out of the Army during basic training in 2008 with mental health issues cited. After days of Russian rocket attacks on Ukraine, the U.S. announces more help for Ukraine's military.
Ahead of a planned Ukrainian counteroffensive, the U.S. has announced a $1.2 billion military aid package.
Additional air defense systems and munitions, equipment to integrate Western air defense launchers, missiles, and radars with Ukraine's air defense systems, ammunition for counter-unmanned aerial systems.
Pentagon spokesman Patrick Ryder said this is not coming from DoD stocks, but from industry and contractors to be delivered in coming weeks or months. The announcement was made on the day celebrated in Russia as Victory Day, marking an end to World War II. Ahead of today, Russia's been attacking Ukrainian cities with rockets, most of which Ukrainian forces have been able to defend against. Ryder also confirmed Ukrainian forces did shoot down a Russian hypersonic missile using a Patriot defense system. Jessica Rosenthal, Fox News.
A Hall of Fame college basketball coach has died.
Upon graduating from UCLA, Denny Crum went on to serve as an assistant coach under the great John Wooden, serving 2 stints on the Bruins staff before taking the job as head men's basketball coach at the University of Louisville in 1971. Crum would hold that post for 3 decades. Better known as Cool Hand Luke for his calm demeanor, Crum would lead U of L to 2 national championships and 6 Final Four appearances, cultivating a strategy of tough non-conference games for his Cardinals teams to prep them for March Madness.
Fox's Matt Napolitano. Denny Crum was 86. I'm Lisa Brady, Fox News.
What's for breakfast at KFC under $3.95, you ask? What's for breakfast at KFC that's different than the other guys, you ask? KFC's chicken wrap, sausage wrap, the Colonel's chicken congee, chicken fried steak, sausage biscuit and gravy, and biscuit sandwiches made with KFC's original fluffy biscuits. All for under $3.95 and all only at KFC. Plus, with waffles and the Colonel's chicken fried rice, we've got something for everyone.
So visit KFC for breakfast today. It's finger-licking good.
Half a day, this is Josh here at APO. Our expertise and extensive network can help you grow your business and reach out to more global markets. As a responsible carrier, APO is also committed to a sustainable future, whether it's protecting the environment or investing our efforts in giving back to the community. Our dedicated teams in Guam, Saipan, and on U.S. mainland are here to support you. Call 588-4651 or visit www.apo.com.
Since 1997, Island Eye Institute has been committed to your family's eye care needs. From its beginnings, Island Eye Institute has recognized the value in incorporating state-of-the-art technology into personalized care and a commitment to excellence. As Guam's complete eye center, our specialists offer their expertise in glaucoma, retina, cornea, LASIK, cataract, and diabetic eye disease. Island Eye accepts Select Care, Net Care, Take Care, and Stay Well. Call us at 637-2020 to schedule your appointment today. We're located on the second floor of the Baltesh Pavilion in Tamuning.
Off a day and good morning, Guam. It's 6:06 on Wednesday, May 10. I'm Donna DeJesus with a look at your local news on The Point. 2 individuals were pulled over early Monday morning for an expired registration and then arrested for drugs. Court documents state that 29-year-old Devin Chigina, the driver of the vehicle, and 42-year-old Rosalind Baca were pulled over for having an expired registration tag for July 2017. When an officer was speaking to Chigina, he saw Baca place a clear pipe in the car's glove compartment. During a pat-down, police found a glass pipe with residue on Chigina and 2 small bags of suspected meth on Baca. Chigina kicked the officer 3 times as he was being put into the patrol vehicle. Chigina is on pretrial release for a case where Baca is a victim. He was ordered to stay away from and not have contact with her. Both face possession charges, and Chigina faces additional charges of assault on a peace officer and violation of a court order. Meanwhile, Linda's Diner in East Agana has been closed until further notice after a fire early yesterday morning. GFD spokesperson Nick Garrido says fire department units reported to a structure fire a little before 4 o'clock and saw smoke exiting from the vent and through the rear of the building. An office area of the restaurant was found to be the source of a fire. Outer southbound lanes of Marine Corps Drive were closed until about 7 o'clock yesterday morning. There were no occupants in the restaurant at the time of the fire. Owner Jovin Sanchez says they cannot assess what happened until all the details are received. It is not known how much longer Linda's will be out of operation. We'll have more news after this.
Always here to help you. This island is our home. Through the years we've been a friend to the neighbors we have known. Now we're banking on the future. More services to choose. Bank Pacific, where others put branches, we place roots.
Relief for ratepayers and small businesses were both on the table for lawmakers as session resumed yesterday, but it is unclear if there is enough money to fund both initiatives. Senator Joe San Augustin's Bill 75 would appropriate $15 million into another round of the Local Employers Assistance Program, or LEAP, and Bill 83 would extend the $100 a month power rebate program through September at a cost of roughly $26 million. DOA Director Ed Burns says so far GovGuam has been collecting an average of about $10 million in excess each month. San Augustine says with 5 months left in the fiscal year, that would be at least $25 million in excess over the remainder of the year. Add that to the current $18 million estimated excess, and there would be enough to cover both bills. Several lawmakers proffered a resolution requesting that the governor use ARP money to fund the bills. And a visiting scholar who spoke at a discussion hosted by UOG on Friday says the Chamorro language on Guam is essentially dead. Sandra Chung is regarded as one of the foremost scholars of the Chamorro language and reported what she found through an in-depth study of the Chamorro language across islands and generations. The data showed that homes where only Chamorro was spoken were made up of older individuals in their 50s and up. Chung says, by canonical linguistic standards, Chamorro on Guam is already a dead language. She authored a Chamorro grammar text and is currently working with David Ruskin and Robert Underwood to train local Chamorro speakers in documentary linguistics and to establish archives of recordings of the increasingly endangered Chamorro language. And those are your top stories right here on The Point. Now here's Ray with your weather.
Now I'll get around to doing the weather here. I saw that same story this morning and alarmed. All right, so I'm born and raised in a time where, you know, in our family they said, well, you know, English is going to be the big language. He'll learn to speak Chamorro later. 61 years old tomorrow, and I only know like curse words and words.
Can you say milk? Can you say milk? All right, you say that every day, right?
Yeah,
You're saving the culture.
I am saving the culture. I'm doing my little bit everywhere I can. But I'm one of those guys. I mean, if somebody's told me something in Chamorro, I would need to, in my head, translate it based on what I know, as opposed to being able to hear it natively, which is, you know, something I've just never been any good at. I'm not a language guy. What can I say? They screwed up. They didn't. My grandma died before she could teach me the entire language. Having said that, though, I have reached out to a variety of older men who speak much better Chamorro than I have. Here's my theory: artificial intelligence will save the. You're rolling your eyes. I saw that, Joe.
Wow.
Did you see that? He rolled his eyes. Artificial intelligence will save the language. And so what I did, you got to recognize who it is I'm sending this stuff to, right? So what I wanted it to do was to take the lyrics to Good Golly Miss Molly and translate them into Chamorro. And it did. But I don't know, because I don't speak Chamorro, how good a job it did. So I bundled up the copy and sent it to former Governor Carl T.C. Gutierrez, former Congressman Robert Underwood, and for equal measure, His Honor Bob Klitsky. They have all three of them at this time. Yeah, Bob Klitsky speaks Chamorro. You didn't know that? Yeah. No,
better than most.
Better than most, as a matter of fact. So I've sent all three of those gentlemen a copy of the Chamorro version of Good Golly Miss Molly, and I'm looking forward to hearing from them, their reports. In fact, put His Honor Bob Klitsky on the line here before too much longer, and I'm looking forward to hearing their reports on just how well artificial intelligence was able to translate. Oh my God! And it literally took seconds. It literally took seconds. I did it with a couple of other songs, Forever by Kenny Loggins, because if you were at the concert.
Was there?
Him and Joe Cunningham got together and took one of the lines with a chorus of Forever and did it in Chamorro. Oh, goosebumps everywhere. So I wanted to see if, how well we did with that. But again, here's my problem. Don't speak Chamorro. So I couldn't tell you the quality of the conversion. We'll see how it plays out when I start getting the reports a little bit later on in the morning. 6:13. Here it comes. Scattered showers today, mainly before 11. And partly sunny with highs near 88 degrees. East-southeast winds 5 to 11 miles. Am I allowed to use the phrase hot as balls on the radio?
Yeah.
I probably shouldn't. Well, that's what it was yesterday. I just want to point out, what's the artificial intelligence? What's the translation for that? Isolated showers in the forecast for tonight under mostly cloudy skies, overnight lows 76 degrees, east winds 5 to 8 miles an hour. For tomorrow, partly sunny skies. Isn't tomorrow my birthday?
It is your birthday.
Why are we not getting mostly sunny skies tomorrow?
We're off tomorrow.
I'd like to register a complaint. Highs near 88 degrees, east winds up to 8 miles an hour today. There's mostly cloudy skies, overnight lows of about 78 degrees as well. Mostly sunny on Friday with highs near 88 degrees. I suppose I'll have to wait. Heat index today, 96. Yesterday it was 92. And what did I say? Hot as bulabulas yesterday. Today is going to be even warmer. 30% chance of rain, maybe to cool things down. Sunrise this morning was at 5:56. Sunset tonight's going to be at 6:38. How sweet it is. There it is. News and weather together here on The Point.
Join us on May 12th as we host our annual PBS Guam Pledge Drive. Tune in and show your support for quality, educational, and entertaining programming. Your contributions help us continue to bring you thought-provoking documentaries, captivating cultural programs, and engaging children's shows. So tune in to PBS Guam Friday, May 12th from 7 p.m. to 10 p.m. and pledge your support to help us keep Guam enriched, inspired, and entertained. Viva!
Save over $1,300 a year when you bundle your business mobile, internet, and phone at Docomo Pacific. Some conditions apply. Visit business.docomopacific.com to get an instant quote. Docomo Pacific Business. Work better together.
Portions of the program brought to you by Bank Pacific, banking on the Pacific for 68, almost 69 years. Also being brought to you by APL American President Lines, a global presence with a local home, and Guam Regional Medical City. They are your healthcare partners.
The Ray Gibson Show. Morning talk that matters. Call now, 888-TALK. That's 888-8255.
The former Governor Carl T.C. Gutierrez checking in with on my assignment says, I'll wait for my primo Robert. I'm still in Tokyo, heading out early. Well, you got to get here pretty quick here before too much longer. There's supposed to be, not today, tomorrow, a number of Korean influencers are going to be here on Guam. And I know, but we're going to want former Governor Carl T.C. Gutierrez there. If you're looking on the screen right now, sunrise on the eastern side of the island, going kind of in reverse motion. So that's what it looked like at, I'd say, about 5:50 or so, 5:52, 5:53, 5:50. There it is, the sun. And finally breaking the plane over at Pirates Cove. Just such a nice guy. Got a buddy. His folks are coming into town. First time he's had a chance to see them ever on Guam. He's usually flies back to the States. So he said, this time, why don't you guys come to Guam where, it's nicer. We don't have that Title 42 thing with, a million people spilling over the southern borders. Why don't you just come to Guam? And so they're going to be here, I want to say tonight. And he was talking about maybe going over Thursday or Friday morning to enjoy the sunrise on the eastern side of the island.
Oh,
and I said, well, I'll check with the owner so you don't get shot. And so Jeff said, okay, I'll put the 30-30 away for now, but they've got to wave when they pass by the house. Thanks, Jeff. I appreciate that. 6:17 in the morning in the Ray Gibson Show. Hey, welcome to the program. Excuse the mess. My name is Ray. Thrilled as usual to be here with you on a variety of platforms. I'll just say right now, I'm still beta testing the Rumble, but Mr. Wyndham is watching the program all the way out in, where did he say he was? Hold on. Says, good afternoon, Ray, Donna, and Joe from the warm state of Georgia. Yeah, we know the song. I'll have, you know what I'll do? I'll have artificial intelligence translate the song Georgia into Chamorro. So wouldn't that be beautiful? Oh yeah. Yeah, well, that's going to be my thing all day long. I just want to see how it all plays out. Say 6:18 in the morning. As I said, great to be here. It's Wednesday and the beginning of a fairly busy couple of days for me today. I so unbelievably through the double truck. That is old printer language for the absolute center of the newspaper, the double truck. That has got images of all of the Academy of Our Lady of Guam class of 2023. And off on the far right-hand side of the page is a little girl named Mayumi Gibson, who I can't believe it is, number one, a full-grown adult woman over the age of 18 years old. She will baccalaureate tonight, and on Friday there's going to be the actual Academy of Our Lady of Guam graduation.
Are you ready for the empty nest?
I'm not ready for anything, bro. I pass myself in the mirror every once in a while. I just kind of look out over my eyes, and they're wide open, like I don't know what the hell's going to happen next, right? there used to be a plan. I guess many parents know about this. You got a plan, and we have babies. We're going to raise the babies and do all of this stuff, and then you go, okay, well then it's graduation to college, and then you go, okay, what happens after that? And honestly, I don't know. But I suppose I'll sort out a plan here. Anyway, so in the middle of all of that is my actual birthday. And there's a lot of pictures floating around on the internet because, well, I put them there that basically talk about my birthday. And for many people, they're going, was it the entire month? Yes, by resolution and proclamation is the entire month of May is my birthday month. The day, though, is going to be tomorrow. My actual birthday is tomorrow. But I want to thank everybody for bringing me all kinds of gifts and tokens and gadgets and all of that kind of thing in honor of my 61st. Let's not make a big deal about it. Let's hold off until I'm eligible for Social Security. Anyway, that guy over there, the one that's remarking, that's the real Joe Cruz. He'll get the phone when you call it 888-8255, 888-TALK is the way to do all of that stuff. Meme Machine is online here this morning. Wait a second. Where did I get this particular picture from? I've got beautiful. So sometimes I get shots from for sunrise from Jeff from Pirates Cove, and every once in a while I'll get shots from Sarita Garin. These shots here are coming from Sherry Iriarty watching the sun break the plane over on her side of town. And that's a good looking Wednesday in front of us, ladies and gentlemen. Thanks very much, Sherry, for sending that in. What have I got? 20 after 6 o'clock in the morning. The Meme Machine online. Again, these beautiful sunrise pictures there again. 797-8255 if you've got something you want to share with everybody. You know what? It's not just still pictures. It's basically WhatsApp. So if you've got videos, if you've got a piece of audio, and if you send the piece of audio, just FYI, I cannot audition it in real time, so I have to send it to Joe. Joe will listen to it, make sure that it doesn't have any of those words that we can't use, and then I can put those. When he gives me the thumbs up, then I can play the audio on the thing. At any rate, so that's one of the ways to do that. Donna D is going to take care of news and headlines for us, with all the stories that are out there and working. Couple of things.
Stretch, Donna D, stretch.
Yeah. Lawmakers to consider public assistance bills during the session, and they are at loggerheads here. The horns of the actual dilemma. How do we split the baby is the question they've got to be asking themselves. Split the baby. It's a biblical reference, Joe. I'm sure that you and other sinners aren't understanding what I'm talking about. But how do we split the baby on this? Only a fine. Thank you very much. There's only a finite amount of money that is available to the legislature to appropriate in all of these different plans that we've got. One of them is how I might be able to save some more money on my electric bill, despite the fact that LEAC is probably going to be going down soon. They've already said it's going to go down over at the Power Authority. They just got to get it cleared over at the PUC. All right, and so the next thing after that is we'd like to see the continuation of that $100 credit, right? Because, all the government Guam's making all kinds of money.
It's the fastest way to help, right?
Isn't it? Yes, I believe it is. Thank you very much. Thank you, Therese. It's a real Joe Therese Terlai, all wrapped up in one. Biba.
I'm still, she's
Oh, wait.
Wow.
Let me just start the triggering now. Biba, Therese Terlai, and Chris Barnett. That's it. I love it. Never mind, all in. It's all malfunction now. Okay, so anyway, there is a plan they've got over at the legislature, but they find themselves wondering what the genesis, what the source of the money is going to be, and they're going to have these conversations there. Do we take care of the business community with an extension of the LEAP program? Do we do this with all of the ratepayers with an extension of the credits to your power bill and all of that kind of stuff? Here's the part that's kind of annoying to me. Is I don't remember all of this fighting going on when they were talking about giving out pay raises for everybody in the government of Guam, that GPP. Sure, they pretended like we're very concerned. We'll knit our eyebrows and speak very conservative tones about are we going to be able to sustain this, and do we have all of the money for it? But at the end of the day, oh yeah, there's plenty of money.
Oh, I love the end of the day.
Yes, we got lots of money here for pay raises for employees in the government of Guam. We got all kinds of money for people. Pay raises over at Adelup. There is no question about where the money is going to come from, the sustainability of where all of that stuff is going to come from when it comes to GovGuam employees. But when it comes to the private sector, when it comes to private ratepayers, which is everybody. Well, gee, I don't know. We got to put aside some money for rainy days. We're gonna struggle. This is gonna be a problem for Ed Byrne and Les Carlson. Man, I just don't know if we can do it. And then all of the rest of us are sitting around, looking in our pockets, digging under the couch for a penny, so we can give that to John Beneventi. So don't cut the power off.
That was a rant, man.
I'll be okay. It's a little early for that, isn't it? 6:24 in the morning. And lots of items on my table of contents. I'll share them with you after we've had an opportunity to talk with these ranters here.
Sometimes you want to go where everybody knows your name. And they're always glad you came. You want to be where you can see our troubles are all the same. You want to be where everybody knows your name. You want to go where people know people are all the same. You want to go where everybody knows your name.
And everybody's knowing the name all over the place and all over the world. Every time zone, ladies and gentlemen, represented here on the Ray Gibson Show. What have we got? It's 6:25 in the morning. If everything is working right, the Facebook is back online.
Ow!
The guys from the software company got back to me just after Bob Klitsky's program started yesterday.
Was it Todd or Brad?
No, Alex. It was Alex. And Alex was like, I think we've got it going. The guys from Meta, that is Facebook, sorted it out, and they sent their apologies. They did.
Oh,
Yep.
wow.
It actually came out that way. The guys from Meta sent their apologies and apologized for the inconvenience to all of the broadcasters and all of the viewers on their live platform. So we got that going, but we've still got the YouTube feed that is up right now, and we got to take care of some shouts to those guys over there. I'm wondering how many people that said, yeah, Facebook was nice, but I don't know. Kind of like to hang out with the dudes and the dudettes. They're crazy. They're crazy, I'm telling you, over on the YouTube side. So I'm wondering if that will split the audience in a couple of different directions. And Rumble, which is still in beta test. So we're sending out video streams this morning. Take that, everybody else in media. We're sending streams to ThePOINT.gu. We are sending streams to Rumble.
Was that a brag, dude?
Yes, that was. Was it? Should I have gone higher?
Sorry,
on that?
man. Yeah,
I should have gone higher on that.
Dude.
Take that, you
It
guys.
almost went right over me.
Yeah, is everybody else cutting back on their media contributions and rolling back on their platforms? Not us, man. I'm looking for as many different ways. Any speaker, anytime, any screen, anytime, right? And so we got the ThePOINT.gu, Rumble, which is, again, still in beta test mode, YouTube, and Facebook. So all of those, there are a lot of different ways that you can watch the program and just basically be annoyed and triggered by the whole thing. So where are we? 6:27 in the morning. We'll start with the Facebook guys. Who's there? Rico Blankenfor, big man Rico B. Oh my God, my ears have been red for like 3 days ever since Rico came in Monday with that bag of pugwa.
How is it, man?
Oh my God, so good. 3 bites and you're off the husk, and another bite, and then bam, you've got this incredible. The beetle nut makes my neck turn red.
Yeah.
Kind of feel.
Don't
love
choke on
it.
that,
I'll try
okay,
not to.
man.
Anyway, so Henry Manglotnia is there. Beautiful Sherry Iriarty, Margaret Estachio, Auntie Bennett Lohan Duenas, Dennis Larson, the Beeman says Facebook up and running. Eric Chong, strong like Eric Chong, online. I see. Let me see. Looking, everybody's double typing and lots of greetings. Keena McCausland there from the upper left-hand corner. Patrick A. and Martha Toves. Good morning from Sheila Morgan. Says, hi, Ray. See, and I'm liking this. This is back on the Facebook side, so I can right-click on that later on. Bandit Ed Wendito is online. Half a dude. I got Keena Jerome McDonald watching the program, and Deborah J. Rages. Buenas and half a day to you. Let me see. Brennan Fausto, Jigo Jarhead online. Valerie S.A. Untalan saying, where you been, bro? I'm
disappeared, dude.
Well, I mean, just for clarity, I will respond to brah. That's not my pronoun, though. I prefer brud or brat. Like whenever I'm talking to whether you're texting my mayor, Paco. Paco, it doesn't matter what my name is. He just, hey, brat. Hey, I left some beetle nut at your front door, brat. B-R-O-T is the pronouns that we share with that guy. But I will accept bra. Thanks very much, Valerie. Nice to see you, too. Brad Wood is there. Good morning,
Good morning,
Brad.
Wood.
I screwed it up. So I'm sorry.
That's all right.
So you sure?
It's your birthday
Hey.
in Saipan.
Tom Toddsy, buenas enough to you. The real Joe Cruz hanging out on this. Hey, Patrick Bumba is watching. Pat, I thought you were on YouTube. Are you here both ways? Hashtag fake jury, hashtag MAGA, says Rico Blancaflor. Interesting split decision coming out of the courts in the States. I may or may not talk about that later on, depending on to the level that I am interested in it. Jen Uggan Conception saying good morning, Guam. Hey, there's a new name. Don't see that one on very often. One of our other favorite beekeepers, Tattoo Shauna, is watching the program here this morning. Nice to see you there as well. Ruel the Rooster Drillon, buenas noches to Francis Duffy. And let me see, Valerie, Ken Brown saying good morning to everybody around here. Gerald Young and Cheryl Ochai. Mateo Geiger. Awesome, Matt. Good to see you online. Ray McGravy watching from Mandan, North Dakota. Says, hi, BTFL. Is that just a... Beautiful? Are you saying hi, beautiful?
Okay, yeah, that sounds all right.
So who are you sending your hi, beautiful message to?
I'm making up all kinds of words in my head.
Hey, said from Ray McGravy. John Savaras saying morning point familiar. That was John you were talking to yesterday, right?
Oh yeah.
So we had a little bit of a glitch, never seen before, and I had to reset a couple of systems. And in the background, I hear there's somebody screaming at Joe Cruz on his phone. He had it on speaker. I said, "What the heck is that? Who is that?" He says, "That's John Savaras. He's mad at me for breaking the radio station."
I did it again.
Yeah, as it turns out, John, you were absolutely right. I can pin the entire episode on Real Joe. Let me see. Jason at Military Auto Source, Marie Babauta Balbin, Buenas and Afadeta, beautiful Sarita Garin, saying, Rico Blancafor, yes, sir, heading to the wet market soon.
Oh, boy. What does that mean?
I don't want to make too much of something. Because I consider all of the ladies on the Facebook Live akin to my sister. But I got to say that everybody needs to check out Sarita's new profile picture. Have you seen the new profile?
Yeah. Was that Titanic kind of shot, or?
It was sort of, but it's the swimsuit that I'm thinking about. All of that workout that she's been doing here in the early morning and stuff like that.
Yeah,
paying off, baby, paying off for all of us. Rudy Rodolfo, the original Burger King, is online. It's I Love Whopper Wednesday. You rule at BK. I'm sorry?
All of us.
All of us.
Thank you, Sarita.
Randy Landis is there. Gina St. Nicholas watching the program. Dan Rasal is there. Brian Ariola, Buenas and Afadeta. Ruben Mortera from over at the Stonefish. Donna D says, still not used to getting up at 4 a.m. Too many things to do in the day. Less than 4 hours of sleep a day is going to unalive me soon.
Yeah.
Sooner than later. Come on, baby. Man up. Alex Affligui is there. Dave Duenas. Michelle Conception. Juan Carlos Benitez.
JCB.
Juan has also been working out and has got a beautiful kind of one-piece shot on.
I want to see that.
Thank you on behalf
Send
of
me
all
one,
of us.
please.
Steve and Liz McGuian. Juan saying good morning to you want to be where everybody knows your name. Thank you very much. Michelle, I want to make sure I get everybody here. Joey and Vanji Gokwi, Lonnie Solis, Oliver Malakas, et cetera, et cetera. Thanks very much. Like and share on the Facebook side. On the YouTube side, playing around, we got Ismael Velez, Brennan Fausto, Francis Solis, Kitsutsu in Japan. The update on the yen, 132 with the DOD Community Bank in Yokosuka, 55 degrees at sunrise. Sunset tonight up there is going to be at 6:34. See, there's Patrick Bumba again. Felix Bumba. Juanita Machi is there.
All the Bombas are here.
671. Hey, ya, San Buenas, which is one letter away from Duenas, but nobody can figure it out yet. MP Ogo, that's a security man, watching the program. Lupang Guam. There's Donna with her nice headphones. I noticed. I noticed Tim Poole is now using exact same, but his guests wear cheap consumer junk. Oh, okay, well, a couple other notes there. The way it is saying, oi, Jesse Pereda, Buenas, saying good morning. JW's online, and Joey and Vanji Gogui on this side as well. And just so far, it's only W Windham on the Rumble side. There's 9 other people watching, but nobody on that side is commenting. Don't be lazy now. 6:33 in the morning, Ray Gibson Show until it's not going to be anymore. Table of contents, item number 1, and I posted this last night because I was just so filled with love and gratitude for the guys over at, where was it? And it's the first time I've had a chance to eat there. I was pleasantly surprised. Rotary Sushi.
Wow.
Up the street.
Look at you.
Do tell. How was it?
You know what? I wanted to keep my expectations, at a medium, because it's sushi, sashimi, all of the other stuff in there. The first thing I do, I walk in and I look at the quality of the crowd that is there, and there's a couple of people that I know their way around Japanese food, and they were eating in silence. They weren't talking. It was just kind of eating in silence, taking in the culinary expressions of the sushi chefs that they've got over there at Rotary Sushi. So that was the first thing that I noticed. The second thing that I noticed is they have some of my favorite Japanese beers for like $18 for 5. Notice that? Yeah, it's right there at the front, baby. Right there at the front. And then after that, the Rotary Sushi, and I got there just after 5 o'clock, and they had just started laying in. So it's a train of all of every kind in the world that I like, and so before too much longer, and they were all good. They were all better, not on par with the really good spots in Tumon. And I want to say that there were a couple in there that took me back to being able to eat at the fish market in Tokyo.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
That's
So
pretty good.
that
Okay.
fresh, that good, that well prepared.
I've never been to Rotary, even when they were downstairs.
Right?
Yeah.
Oh, wow! You're missing
never
out.
been.
That's always been kind of a go-to for the family, but now I think maybe there is another go-to. Wasn't super crowded last night, and they said that's probably because everybody's waiting, holding on to their money because Mother's Day right around the corner. Just FYI, it's Sunday, dads and children. It is Sunday when Mother's Day is supposed to be, and if you're looking for places to go, there's any number of folks around here that advertise with this radio station or are close to us, and they'd be happy to have play host to you and your family when you need someplace to go on Mother's Day. We'll talk about that before too much longer. Jeff's Pirates Cove, 6:35 in the morning on the Ray Gibson Show. Time for our first big look at news and headlines with Donna D. How about Donna? What happened?
Another hearing was set in preparation for Dr. Ugochukwu Akoma's upcoming trial. Akoma had a pretrial conference before Judge John Terlahi yesterday morning. Multiple pretrial motions were filed, and Akoma will have an evidentiary hearing on June 8. He is facing 2 counts of 4th-degree criminal sexual conduct. Akoma is still actively practicing medicine at his clinic in Tamuning. And over $4 million in tax refunds were processed and paid out on Monday. A release from the governor's office states that the latest batch of refunds covers error-free tax returns that were filed on or before March 26. And gas prices are down again as of yesterday. The price of gas dropped by 10 cents a gallon, and regular unleaded fuel is now $4.85 a gallon. The last price change was last Wednesday when it fell from $5.05 to $4.95 a gallon. And those are your local headlines on The Point. Now back to Ray.
Might actually have an image of that. Yeah, let me see if I can put it up on the screen so you can see what's going on here in my mind. Yes, send it to The Point. Thank you very much. I was driving around last night, headed home after seeing. I totally distracted myself. That's where I was headed with the conversation about Rotary Sushi until you distracted me by asking me questions about it. On the way home, passed by 76 Circle K over at the gas station intersection, and I looked up at the sign and I said, "That's not $4.95. There's an 8 there. They dropped it. It's $4.85 now for a gallon of gasoline over at the 76 Circle K, and kind of appropriate. The first 3 letters, first 3 words under that on that sign was "Viva la Fiesta." So in honor of Cinco de Mayo, they've dropped the price by 2 Cincos here. So it's $4.85 for a gallon of gasoline on Guam. And this is the part where we kick ourselves because I've still got gasoline in my car that I bought for 5 and a nickel. So I gotta start driving around and burn some of that stuff off and start buying some cheaper gas while it's still cheap. 6:37 on the Ray Gibson Show. More on the way.
Family Finance has been serving the people of Guam since 1959, and they will continue to be there for you in the years to come. Whether you're looking to get a personal loan for that summer vacation or paying off those long overdue bills, Family Finance has got you covered. Apply for a personal loan from $1,000 up to $4,100 by calling Family Finance in Hagåtña at 671-475-4545, Upper Tumon 671-647-5626, or in Dededo 671-633-4473.
Celebrate
Celebrating Mess Tomorrow, Whopper Wednesday is back. Every Wednesday in March, visit participating Burger King restaurants and say, I love the Whopper, or Huguaidza si Whopper, and get a free plain grilled Whopper sandwich with the purchase of any large size Whopper combo meal. Top off your meal with French fries or onion rings and a refreshing Coca-Cola, and tell your familia and friends and enjoy your Whopper Wednesday only in March. Available at BK in Hagåtña, Tumon Bay, Micronesia Mall, and the airport. Since Ulasmasi, Guam, you rule.
Do you or a loved one suffer from diabetic, chronic, or other non-healing wounds? If so, Guam Regional Medical City is here to help. At GRMC, we are committed to providing proper wound care using hyperbaric oxygen therapy and other forms of treatment to better manage pain and help speed up the healing process. To learn more, contact the GRMC referral office at 671-633-GRMC. That's 633-4762. GRMC.
In 20 minutes, it'll be 7 o'clock in the morning. This is the Ray Gibson Show on 93.3 The Point. For those of you that might be completely new to this on different platforms, i.e. Rumble, you might have just discovered this. We're on Guam. Just coming to you.
Spoiler alert.
Coming to you from this time zone, and you're going to be going Guam. Isn't that what they refer to as that sleepy backwater town out there on the edge of the Western Pacific? Yes, it is. It is. But believe it or not, we're not totally sleepy. It gets busy around here. We actually do traffic reports on the radio on Guam. Amazing but true. Southbound Marine Corps Drive, northern end of town. A little bit of traffic up the main gate at Anderson Air Force Base. A little bit of traffic at Jigo Town around Gudzanero if you're trying to make your way out of that part of the city. Southbound Marine Corps Drive looking good until you get just past Waisang Song. More intersection traffic through there. Ubadu running a little bit busy, but it has not yet connected with Marine Corps Drive traffic at 1 and 3. Route 16, about the same as usual around this time of day. Nothing major. In fact, nothing on Route 16 all the way to 8, 10, and 16. That intersection is sweet. Most of Route 10 is good. Route 4 into town good. Route 8 into town good. And nothing major to slow you down until you get to Big Navy in Sumai, and not a whole lot of traffic down there either. 640 on the Ray Gibson Show. Be right back.
Your big business dreams mean you should be using the best tools. At Docomo Pacific, you get the best technology at the best value. Visit business.docomopacific.com to get an instant quote. Docomo Pacific Business. Work better together.
Fly even higher and get to your destination with the United Credit Card from First Hawaiian Bank. You can earn 40,000 miles with $2,000 worth of spending within the first 3 months. That's 40,000 reasons to get on board with the First Hawaiian Bank United Credit Card. It all starts with yes. Certain restrictions apply. To learn more about this offer, visit any First Hawaiian Bank branch or go to fhb.com/United.
Portions of the program brought to you by NissanGuam.com and the World Wide Web. What have we got for you? An incredible deal moving into the summer. How'd you like to be in a brand new ride? Oh, I don't know. Today, you got a graduate in the house? All right, go grab them something. You go, I don't have any money. And they go, we know you don't have any money. Here's the deal over at Nissan today. 0 down payment, and they will cover the first 3 payments for you. Use 0 down. If you got a car you can bring in and trade, wonderful. They've got a 32-point inspection plan. They'll fix everything up and then send it over to the used car lot. But in the meantime, you're going to want to take advantage of great deals on the Armada, starting as low as the Frontier, starting as low as $195 a paycheck. Armadas, Titans, Sentras for as low as $122 a paycheck. And incredible gas mileage. Even though the price of gas is going down, it ain't free yet. So you might want to take advantage of cars that get incredible mileage. And they're all waiting for a test drive today. Set it up at NissanGuam.com.
Rediscover Talk Radio here. Your FM News Talk Superstation. This is The Point.
Time is 6:42. That's where we are here today. I'm wondering, looking at the tinkerer in me. I'm looking at the different lags that I'm seeing. So it's 6:43 now in the studio. On the clock on the Facebook that I'm watching at, it says 6:39.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah. So people on Facebook might be watching this from the past, from way back in the past here. 6:39. the Rumble, and I'll see what it looks like on YouTube here in just a second. YouTube's got some lagging issues that it needs to deal with as well, and I might be able to call up a number here before too much longer. 7:45. I'm just kidding. Anyway, 6:43 as I make my way through. Like I said, it's a science thing. It's basically an experiment, proof of concept. Let's see what happens when we start throwing out 4 different feeds through the pipeline and what that's going to be doing to latency, et cetera, et cetera. So as Donna said, the price of gasoline is down. I thought that was pretty awesome. I keep track of this kind of thing, so I've got another data point in my database so that as Tapas goes up and down, as it will, and in fact this morning it's actually up almost. It's closing in on $80 for a gallon a barrel of Tapas. So I don't know how much longer they're going to keep it at $4.85. But as I said, it's fun to have another data point that I can look at to be able to make determinations on the relationship, which is fuzzy, between West Texas crude, Tapas crude, and the price of gasoline here on Guam. Which one drives the other to a greater degree? And you know, some of you are listening going, Ray, I'm going to remind you that you did summer school every year at Father Duenas in math. Maybe you're not the right guy to be drawing the analysis here. Actually, that's not true. I didn't do it in my freshman year. Because apparently in my freshman year I was still smart. It wasn't until my sophomore year that I, started, stealing money out of my uncle's wallet and buying packs of cigarettes underneath the stairs at the administration building for about 55 cents a pack. Wasn't until then that I think my grades started to go down. And you know how it is. Once you're comfortable in that zone, you're just wow. But that I'm aware of that I recall, I was never actually arrested for anything. So it might have been kind of a ne'er-do-well, talk back caught every once in a while, but never shoplifted, never stole anything, and made it most of the way through my Father Duenas thing without any run-ins with the law at the time. There was that time that MC Cruz caught me speeding in Jigo, caught me in Tamooning. I was going that fast.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah. And he still didn't ticket me. I'll never understand it.
Wow.
And he didn't shoot me anyway. So we got that gas down. Tomorrow, I don't know if we've got any celebrations going on, but tomorrow the public health emergency across the country is going to expire. It will be all over. Word from the governor's office yesterday. The U.S. Department of Health and Human Services announced the federal public health emergency declared under the Health Service Act for COVID-19 is expected to end on May the 11th, 2023, in honor of Ray Gibson's birthday. Although the PHE is ending, federal support will continue through the proposed HSS Bridge Access Program for COVID-19 vaccines and treatment programs. This will create a $1.1 billion public-private partnership to help maintain uninsured individuals' access to COVID-19 care at their local pharmacies and health centers. Where's the quote?
More vaccines? Is that what they said?
I don't know why. It's clear they don't work.
Show me the money.
As we find ourselves in an era of hope and promise, Gaslight. We look back on the challenges of the past 3 years and the ways in which our island and people showed unprecedented strength. Said Governor Lulian Guerrero, the pandemic disrupted our lives and the life of the world, tested global health systems and economies, and took too many lives too soon. At this historic end, we honor the resilient. Oh, you knew they were going to put resilient in there somewhere, right? You got it. You cannot say anything about
great word.
The people of Guam without underscoring the resilience of our island and reaffirm our commitment to a healthier future for all.
So you don't die, you'll live.
Yeah, it doesn't say anything in it. Where's that healthier future going to be? Because apparently it's not going to be in Tamooning. We're going to let the old hospital die, and we won't build a new hospital right around the corner. There will be a conversation about hospitalization in the next hour of the program. In the meantime, I do want to bring in my very close friend, personal friend, fellow member of the Father Duenas class of 1980 family. It's Frank Blas Jr. I'm sorry, Senator Frank Blas Jr. Buenos Zenhofa Day, Deru.
Good morning, Ramon.
Hey, I got a note from your office yesterday afternoon. You guys got a resolution going over at the legislature, huh?
Yeah, well, the Republican caucus and Senators Nicholas and Senator Barnett joined us in introducing a resolution that calls that asks the governor to use the American Rescue Plan money to fund the bills or the programs to provide businesses, small businesses still struggling as a result of the pandemic, and also to provide us the money that we would want to give the ratepayers for their power bills.
Well, didn't the governor's office say they can't use the ARP money for power bills?
They can, Ray, the pandemic is over, and people are still suffering, and there's a way that you could be able to word it in a way that, as our people are coming out of this disaster that has occurred. And of course, we can talk about how it became a disaster.
I'm sorry. Why are you triggering me so, my classmate, brother? Why are you doing that? You're wanting me to riff into how it is that they use the branches of the public health and social services to be able to weaponize that to force businesses to shut down, even though there was never any evidence that suggested that restaurants, bars, and stores were going to be in any way responsible for the spread of COVID-19.
Well, yeah. Okay, so we can have that conversation another time. But what this resolution called ask the governor to provide to do is instead of trying to getting it out of the excess general funds, of which we found out yesterday that it's by hope and a prayer that we can probably fully fund both the projects along with the many other things that may be coming down the pipe. That the legislation is going to have to consider. Use this money that is still sitting in an account so that we can help the people. And instead of writing a letter to her, we thought it was best that we put together a resolution. Myself, Chris Duenas, Tom Fisher, Jesse Lujan, Joanne Brown, Telo Taigui, Dwayne Nicholas, and Chris Barnett. To ask the governor to be able to use that money for those efforts. And we can go on to seeing how we can improve our hospital, reduce crime, help to reduce crime that's going on in the streets, help to fix the schools, and many other things that we see that may be coming down the pipe that we're going to have to fund because of different issues that will be coming up.
I don't have a problem with that. I like the resolution, obviously, and I think that's an interesting way to go, and maybe something that we'll get some kind of response from them. I agree with you. I think there's ways that we might be able to use the language here, legal language and policy language, to be able to bend the requirements of the ARP to our will, especially where it comes to being able to help out people with their power bills and help out the businesses. But may I offer you a suggestion? Somebody had remarked that they heard me and said that I've been a little critical of the way the LEAP program is structured. And I don't like the idea that there are these thresholds that you have to cross in order to be eligible for the LEAP program. There are a lot of businesses that suffered one way or another in different ways. It wasn't all just, dips in their business privilege tax. And I think that needs to be accountable. And as an example, who knew I had the skills, but I was able to keep this business running with a dip, obviously, in the business privilege tax, but it didn't meet the threshold. But it's still there. There was still an impact on my business and for myself and other businesses. How about if we look at maybe a pro rata LEAP program so more people can be and more businesses can be involved? I mean, I'm still feeling the impacts here of COVID-19 and the downturn in the economy, but I can't reach out for any assistance because I didn't lose enough money. Well, screw me for being a good manager.
No, first off, I applaud you and Choice Broadcasting for continuing to stay afloat in the very trying times. I know you guys are having a lot of difficulties trying to get just the advertising, just to keep your
Many of my customers are out of business.
Exactly, and so you're right. I'm surely open to a discussion of how we can expand it so that we can include many of the businesses who we had. I, like many other people, continue to hope that when we turn on the radio in the morning, there is that 93.3 that's still on the air.
Oh, I'll run it at a loss. Don't never worry about that. I'll run it at a loss. I know how to do this stuff. At any rate, 653. That's my hope, and I'll throw that out as a challenge. I spoke to Therese Terlahi yesterday, and I'm kind of looking forward to the assistance of the Republican minority and other members of the legislature, at least another 4 that would support an override of Bill 13.
Oh, I'm definitely for an override of 13. I think that as we move forward and we want to move forward and being able to build a hospital that we sorely, direly need, that it's done in spirit of openness, and the contributions from the community of what is going to be needed in the hospital, where's the best place for the hospital. And many of the things that can go into doing this.
All right.
I think that what we've seen basically over the last couple of months is a testament to the fact that there should be more transparency to this.
It's not just at the legislature. Everybody wants to know. I mean, we're talking about a major expense that is going to be borne certainly among the people of Guam and other beneficiaries. Rather not beneficiaries, but various sources of funding, whether it's federal funds, or private funds, or funds from taxpayers. Everybody has an interest in this. There's going to be people who want to pick out the color, if you ask me. Anyway, 654. Darrell, I'm going to let you run.
All right, buddy.
I appreciate the time, and I appreciate the resolution. Is it available online? Should I be able to see that their resolution number? What is it? 20122.
122-37.
122-37. All right.
It is. It's already uploaded.
I'll be on the lookout for it. You have a good day. Hug and a kiss to Tilly. I'll see you soon.
Esta,
888-825-588 TALK. Ken Lee and Guerrero online. Buenas and Day, Ken.
Today.
Where are you calling? It sounds like you're calling from the bottom of the ocean. Here's the deal. Before you try out new technology, I want you to call me first.
Okay.
Yeah, that's much better. Thanks very much. Yeah, there's all kinds of people going, "Ooh, I found this new gizmo and I stick it in my ear," or talking through my smartphone or something like that. Yeah, it sounds like crap on the radio. At any rate, nice to have you online. Go.
Well, I'm glad to hear that there's still interest in the 37th Guam legislature and serving the people of Guam. And I'm hoping that Speaker Terlahi pulls Bill 13 and Bill 7 out of the veto bin and has them up, and we get an override vote on them, because we have watched our economy crash. And just in the last couple of days when I was up there in Harmon, I saw another business that has closed its doors forever. So we're looking at this.
Wait, which one? Wait. It's not the place that repaired my water blaster, is it?
I don't think so.
Okay.
This was a body shop. When car body shops are going out of business, you know that it's, times are hard, because everybody's trying to extend their cars as long as they can, But when we drive by and you see a body shop that's been there for like 40 years and it's gone, the building's in the process of being torn down, that's hard to watch, because that body shop probably had about 15 or 20 people working there, and where did they go?
Well, there's a growth proliferation in certainly chop shops, A, but B, there's a whole lot more shade tree mechanics that are out there. I start to see those things popping up in people's backyards, and cars being able to show up. So, yeah, it's nice if you got a body shop guy that you can always count on to take the car to fix the tires and pop out a dent or something like that. But the truth of the matter is, I think in every village, down practically every other street, there's going to be somebody that knows how to do that work.
Well, the reason I called in is because when you were talking about how we use these ARP funds, these were funds that were meant to help us rebuild our economy. And that goes across the entire economy, not just Bank of Guam's bottom line, because everywhere we look, we see a dramatic increase in homelessness. As businesses close, people lose their homes and get evicted. I ran into people that are living here on the road here in Route 12. They're living in their car because they work in Tumon, but they don't have enough hours to rent anything. So there's 3 people in their 50s who work in Tumon. They're the working poor, They get enough hours that they can make their car payment, their cell phone, and buy food, but not enough to rent a house. And we're seeing more and more of this here on the island. And this goes back to the fact that the governor is holding nearly $300 million in funds that she could have used either through the LEAP program or other programs to help rebuild our economy. But instead, she keeps holding them in her pocket with this vision of using it as a down payment on a hospital that will never be built for 10 years. And we got the Republican Congress talking about clawing back unexpended funds. So we got till September 30 to get those committed. Otherwise, this Republican House is going to start taking it all back. And,
I don't disagree. I don't disagree. Hopefully they've got other distractions out there, including what's going to happen when Title 42 evaporates and all of a sudden up to 1 million people, they say, cross the southern borders. I hear what you're saying, and I hope that we're able to do something with those dollars. For heaven's sakes, let it go. As the song goes, you ain't going to build the hospital in Lalu. And didn't the military also say that they wanted to help out? It was in that last letter from Nicholson, wasn't it? We had said that we would pledge military resources or access to financing for the new hospital wherever it goes. So let's lean on that, milk that, Gov, and use the rest of it to help support things around here. Ken, I got to break away. I got that music playing off in the background. I'll talk to you pretty soon.
Okay, bye.
All right, I'll be around. Chris Barnett in the next hour of the program. Sharky's going to be on a little bit later on as well. Lots to talk about and a lot of people to talk to here this morning. If you're wondering what's on the screen right now, I was telling you about Sarita's new profile picture. That's it. Thanks very much, Sarita, for sending that in. She says she's not holding in her stomach at all. At all.
They say some guys for us, Sarita.
And Sarita, you might want, if you want to help spread the love around, here's what I want you to do. Tell everybody where you've been working out, what your morning constitutional is, and who you work out with. It's 7 and time for Fox News on the Point.
Fox News alert. The former president is ordered to pay. On Lisa Brady. In a civil case, a jury in New York finds former President Trump not liable for rape, but liable for sexual abuse, battery, and defamation, awarding $5 million in damages to his accuser, writer E. Jean Carroll, who said he attacked her in a dressing room in 1996. Trump calls the verdict a disgrace as he runs for president again. Republican Party Chair Ronna McDaniel tells Fox News.
I do think the American people, though, are going to be focused on what's happening at our southern border, what's happening with inflation, what's happening in their lives under the Biden administration.
Trump's lead lawyer, Joe Tacopina, just telling reporters.
Ready to move forward. He wants to fight this on appeal.
He calls Trump a survivor and says this will not derail his campaign. President Biden holding an Oval Office meeting with the leaders of the House and Senate in a standoff over the debt limit, which the president argues should be raised without conditions. Texas investigators just holding a briefing on the gunman who killed 8 people at an outlet mall last weekend.
Mauricio Garcia was killed before he could take more lives in Allen, Texas. But Hank Sibley with the Department of Public Safety said Garcia had the weaponry to do so, with 8 guns in his possession.
3 on his person, and he had 5 in his vehicle.
All legally obtained. Garcia also had no criminal history. The history he did have, Sibley said, centered around neo-Nazi beliefs.
He had patches, he had tattoos, even his signature, verified that.
DPS stopped short of calling the killings an act of domestic terrorism.
Fox's Gernal Scott. Just getting word that the oldest member of the U.S. Senate, California Democrat Dianne Feinstein, is heading back to the Capitol after a nearly 3-month absence for health issues. The 89-year-old has already said she is not running for another term. America is listening to Fox News.
In celebration of our 34th anniversary on Guam, BK Melts are now available. Our classic melt features 2 flame-grilled Whopper Junior patties, a quarter-pound, melty American cheese, caramelized onions, and stacker sauce on 2 slices of toasted bread. BK Melts are also available in a spicy and bacony variation made for our super fans. Top off your meal with French fries or onion rings and a refreshing Sprite. Thank you, Guam, for 34 years. BK Tumon Bay, Agutya, Micronesia Mall, and the airport. You rule.
Hafade, this is Severina. Here at APL, our expertise and extensive network can help you grow your business and reach out to more global markets. As a responsible carrier, APL is also committed to a sustainable future, whether it's protecting the environment or investing our efforts in giving back to the community. Our dedicated teams in Guam, Saipan, and on U.S. mainland are here to support you. Call 588-4651 or visit www.apl.com.
Podcasts.
A phone call between the White House and Mexico 2 days before the end of a public health order that's been holding back migrants at the border.
President Biden and Mexican President Andres Manuel Lopez Obrador spoke by phone on joint efforts to deal with migration, drug trafficking, and cartels, all ahead of Thursday's expiration of Title 42, a pandemic-related immigration restriction.
Our focus, as it relates to managing the border, is we're going to do this through enforcement, deterrence, and diplomacy, and that's what you've seen.
White House Press Secretary Karine Jean-Pierre says the State Department and Department of Homeland Security are making preparations for a likely surge of migrants. Critics of the administration say the president's policies are creating chaos and a humanitarian crisis at the border. At the White House, Jared Halpern, Fox News.
Part of the Biden administration plan is sending 1,500 active duty troops to the border for administrative work to help free up border agents, and only for 90 days.
This was to meet an urgent request from DHS while they explore options how to support this long term.
Pentagon spokesman Brigadier General Pat Ryder says they're still exploring possible options to replace the active duty troops with reserve units or contractors. A legal challenge filed against Montana's new law banning transgender care for minors.
Two Montana families with transgendered children and their medical providers, backed by the ACLU and two law firms, are suing the state over SB 99, a law set to take effect October 1st that bans healthcare providers from giving puberty blockers, cross-sex hormone therapy, and sex change surgeries to children, though makes some exceptions. A law that supporters call a necessary restriction on experimental and risky gender-affirming care. Opponents of the legislation call it anti-science and discriminatory.
Fox's Jeff Manasso. Stocks finished lower. The Dow dropped 56 points. I'm Lisa Brady. This is Fox News.
The guy bet.
Because moms deserve the best, Chili's serves an elevated Mother's Day menu that's sure to please. From only $38.50, start with a glass of Chili's House Red Wine or Coca-Cola, followed by a choice of Chili's signature ancho salmon or sirloin steak for entree. And for the finale, the showstopper of a dessert, Chili's Molten Cake, a warm chocolate cake with a gooey center. It's the perfect way to show mom how much you care. Only at Chili's, where moms are treated like queens.
With decades experience in Guam and the region, Take Care members have access to the largest offering of free fitness classes and health education programs. Membership also includes the high-quality credentialed network of on- and off-island healthcare providers and the one-stop FHB Health Center and urgent care. Ask for Take Care. Call 671-647-3526. Go to takecareasia.com for more information. Take Care. Our island, your health plan.
Half a day at 7:06. I'm Donna DeJesus. Here's a look at your local news on The Point. DOC has confirmed that another detainee died at the prison last month. Major Anton Ugin says a local detainee housed at the Manila facility was admitted to GMH for an undisclosed medical condition on April 27 and died 2 days later. Ugin says no further comments will be made on the death. This was the second time in April a detainee was pronounced dead at GMH. On April 10, an officer discovered an unresponsive detainee, a 36-year-old man, who was transported to GMH where he was pronounced dead by medical staff. GPD spokesperson Officer Berlin Zavella confirmed yesterday that no foul play was involved in the April 10 death. And the partner of a foster parent pleaded not guilty to sexually assaulting a 14-year-old girl over a period of several years. Ike Elikios appeared in Superior Court yesterday to answer to charges stemming from accusations that he sexually assaulted the girl since she was in the 5th grade. Elikios' partner is the foster mother of the minor, who he also lives with. Elikios pleaded not guilty to multiple counts of criminal sexual conduct. He waived his right to a speedy trial and requested a jury trial of 12. Elikios was charged after a complaint was made to police last month by the teenager. Elikios claimed he was drunk and thought the girl was his partner. Since being charged, Elikios has been held at DOC on $25,000 cash bail. More news after this.
Celebrating BK's 34th anniversary, Whopper Wednesday is back every Wednesday in May. Visit participating Burger King restaurants and say, I love the Whoppers, and get a free flame-grilled Whopper sandwich with the purchase of any large-size Whopper combo meal. Top off your meal with French fries or onion rings and a refreshing Coca-Cola. Tell your friends and family and enjoy your Whopper Wednesday only in May. Available at BK Agutnia, Tumon Bay, Micronesia Mall, and the airport. Thank you, Guam, for 34 years. You rule.
The extended eviction notice for the Guam Racing Federation will expire on the 2nd of June, and GRF President Henry Simpson says if there are no legislative changes by then, the organization will have to leave the GGO property that had been home to the Guam International Raceway for years. Simpson adds that there is no legal recourse for GRF to stay, leaving it only to the legislature to do something. Some Chamorro Land Trust commissioners described activities at the property as a quarry operation or strip mining, which Simpson disputed, stating GRF had been clearing and grading the raceway. The Federation's legal team had advised them to see if ownership of the property could be transferred from the CLTC to Parks and Rec. A group of lawmakers has introduced a measure to transfer authority of the raceway property with Bill 56. The CLTC opposes the measure. And UOG is accepting applications for a training program for those interested in researching Chamorro language and culture. The goal is to train eligible members of the local workforce to document the Chamorro language and culture through collecting, analyzing, and piecing together Chamorro knowledge in Guam and the CNMI. 20 people will be chosen to participate in the 2-year program. The program is looking for applicants who are proficient in the Chamorro language and can commit time to the 2-year program. The tuition for the courses will be paid entirely by an Administration for Native Americans grant and will be at no cost to the chosen program participants. And those were your top stories. Back to Ray with weather.
Yeah, I'm looking for something. There's a new kind of, you were talking earlier about Zooming, something weird going on with your Zoom, right? Donna? Yes. The reason why I bring it up, and so Logitech now, and to give you an idea of just how integrated they are in just about everything, the camera that you're watching me on is a Logitech. It's a little, a little tiny one, and it puts out a really good signal. They've come out now with a video conference mechanism that is more like a booth that you sit in. Yeah. So you have a one-on-one instead of FaceTiming with somebody else. There's an actual human-sized head, neck, and shoulders in front of you, and they see exactly the same thing on the opposing side. You are capable of making eye contact, and there's no, they say there's no cringy, there it is, weird camera angles, lack of eye contact, hinky bits of glare, cringy backgrounds so many of us grapple with during typical video calls. The cringy background.
I like it.
Yeah. But maybe, I wonder if there's a thing here that they pop up every once in a while. Before you stand up, make sure you're wearing pants. I wonder if they're going to have something like that. It could be called the Tyrone warning here. Tyrone. Yeah, it's one of my favorite things about that whole COVID time was those high comedic moments that we were able to get. 7:11 in the morning. All right, the lady asked for some weather. Let me give you some weather. It's going to be scattered showers today, mainly before 11 a.m. Partly sunny with daytime highs today near, 88 degrees. East-southeast winds blowing 5 to 11 miles an hour. I've got the satellite imagery on the screen, and you can see why they're saying it's possible we might be able to get some of these scattered showers moving through the area. Not a whole lot else that's going to be happening. So once it pushes off, it's going to leave us with partly sunny skies tomorrow. And on Friday, mostly sunny skies return to throw a little bit of pizzazz into my birthday weekend. Heat index is going to make it hot today. 96 degrees, 30% chance of rain. Sunrise this morning over Pirates Cove and Sherry's house was 5:56. Sunset tonight is going to be at 6:38. Hashtag tell the others. There it is. News and weather together on 93.3. This is The Point.
For all your real estate needs, call the professionals at Hoffaday Realty. Jody, Saran, Libby, and Lolita, and they'll take care of you on every step of the real estate process. No worries. Just contact Hoffaday Realty at 588-4232 or 588-HOFFA or email them at hoffadayrealty@gmail.com. They're at 426 Challenge San Antonio, Suite 204 in Tamuning. Open Monday through Friday, 10 to 4. Hoffaday Realty for all your real estate needs.
Struggling to find the perfect Mother's Day gift? Look no further. For a limited time, get a new iPhone 14 on GTA's Live Unlimited plan. And you'll not only make Mom's day, but also get her a free Apple Watch. Help Mom stay connected, monitor her health, and keep track of her fitness goals with just a tap. It's a gift that will make her life easier and more stylish. Don't wait. Head to your nearest GTA retail location and get your iPhone 14 and free Apple Watch today. Happy Mother's Day, GTA. We start with you.
I like that free Apple Watch. That's nice. Order your favorite Subway Series sandwich platters on goodtogowedelivered.com or just download the Good to Go app. Make it easier. Enjoy the convenience of having the all-new menu of 12 chef-inspired sandwiches delivered to your doorstop at Subway. You got a refresh to be fresh. Ray Gibson Show. Also brought to you by APL, American President Lines, a global presence with a local home.
News to fill your mind. Talk to get it out. The Ray Gibson Show. Call now, 888-8255.
Talking about some new technology that's out there. It appears the tech industry still hasn't run out of objects to transform into smart products. Now they got smart glasses. Have you seen that? That you can play video games and it is the equivalent to watching on a 1,000-inch screen or something like that. They've got that. They've got these smart rings that people can wear to keep track of their biometrics and whatever. There's a new thing. The Food and Drug Administration recently approved a new toilet seat designed to measure your heart rate and oxygen saturation when you sit down. Now, there's a couple of caveats on here. You must be at least 22 years old, don't know why, and between 90 and 350 pounds. The data can then be sent directly to a healthcare provider. Wouldn't that be, you know what I'm just thinking about, guys like Vince Akimoto, right?
Yeah.
Wouldn't that be great if about, 4 or 5 times a day his WhatsApp went off and it was me.
Direct link from your toilet.
Yes, a direct link from my toilet. But how would it know? How would the toilet seat know
more fiber?
Who's sitting on it at what time? Right? That would be the thing. I mean, a big family or something like that. You got 5 or 6 different. He'd be inundated with WhatsApps. Yeah. I wonder what other kinds of data could we send from the toilet seat over to my doctor's gizmo here. 7:15 in the morning on the Ray Gibson Show. Lots and lots to talk about here. Items in the table of contents. We'll get around to doing that as well as tinkering with some of the other things. Big news here on the financial scene for Guam is the price of gasoline is down. It might be going, well, it does that, doesn't it? It goes up and down. Yes, it absolutely does. But what's the big deal here? It's down under $5, $4.85 for a gallon of gasoline in your car here this morning. That was the price on the 76 Circle K deal last night, and I'm sure now that it is spread to all of the other gas companies that we've got here on Guam. Hopefully it is a sign of things to come and a downward trend. And please bring West Texas crude with you. Let's bring that down so it'll further ease the LEAC numbers that we'd like to see changed here sometime soon. 7:16 in the morning. Interesting headline on the top of the CNBC, which is where I go for some of the market information, says Tucker Carlson to host a show on Twitter after being fired from Fox News. This is a breaking story.
He's with Elon now.
Exactly. So again, the question that I have is, can I go on with him as well? Is there any way that I might be able to do that?
Oh, yes, you can.
I should be able to do that. 7:16 in the morning. We'll have Facebook, YouTube, ThePOINT.gu, Rumble, and a special space on Twitter. Because me and Tucker Carlson, we're right there, parallel in terms of our careers in broadcast and news talk,
You're the
right?
same man.
But they have 7:16 in the morning. Let's hear it for Senator Bieber.
Bieber! Viva, viva!
Bro, always nice hearing from you. How you been?
Good, Ray. I think you and Tucker should get a safe space on Twitter. I don't know if they still got it because what's his name took it over, but they used to have this safe space thing. So
on Twitter? I had no idea.
Yeah, you probably never got around to it though.
No. I just let myself get triggered. Is the way it works here. 7:17 in the morning. Hey, how'd session go yesterday? How'd you do?
It was pretty fun. So I was trying to make a point that I want to entertain both these measures. I want to make sure that we can do both the LEAP and the energy credit. And I really when it came down to entertaining the LEAP first, I had said on my social media and on the floor too that I just felt like I really would want to take care of the energy credit first because there was that argument, and you saw it too, that we were trying to use the same funding source, and would the money be enough when the LEAP program finished that. And so in my discussion, my questions with DOA Director Ed Byrne, it was kind of like looking at some of the awards that some of these businesses got, and then some of the vetting and some of the like post-award reporting, just to kind of see where we are and making sure that we're holding, not necessarily the smaller businesses, but some of these bigger businesses that got big awards in this LEAP program accountable. And really, I was just trying to illustrate the point that if we're going to tell the people of Guam to hold off and, suck up that power bill while we give strip clubs and game rooms, hundreds of thousands of dollars, and I just wasn't comfortable with that on that day. And that, I want to really push to get this energy credit, which is sponsored by Speaker Teresa Lai and Senator Joe Augustine, to see reality. But I think, in our discussions yesterday on and off the floor that we're going to come to a workable agreement. And I'm feeling comfortable today that we are going to be able to, it might take some wiggling, but we are going to be able to do both, because I know both are equally deserving. It's just for me, I didn't like pitting the businesses against the ratepayers, and if it comes down to having to address the needs of one of those groups, then I was just saying, like, I would prefer to take care of the ratepayers first. Not to say that I don't support the LEAP program, because I introduced a bill that called for another round of the LEAP program that was eventually kind of cannibalized by Senator San Augustine.
I recall.
His effort. And, we kind of just, at the public
that was the one the governor said she would support. And I'm like, wait a second, Chris has one just like it.
And I think Senator Blas and I introduced it. I think we introduced it first, maybe. But, it doesn't matter as long as I'm not in it for the glory. If we put an idea forward, it doesn't really matter who's first as long as if it's a shared idea, as long as we see it through, And
well,
again,
here's the thing is, and you recognize maybe as well as or better than anybody else does, there's an optics of all of this where it looks like we're, in a hurry to take care of GovGuam employees and 100 people, nose pickers up at Adelup and all of that. And now when it comes to actually helping out businesses and people, we don't have the money. So what we're going to do is the optics are, it looks like we're trying to split the baby on this. And I don't know how it got to that point where we would go, the private sector is more important than the ratepayers of GPA, or the ratepayers of GPA are more important than the businesses. That should have never entered the equation. The equation is, do we have the money or not? And if we've got money to support pay raises and retro at that, then obviously we've got some money that we can spend around here to help out most, if not all, of the ratepayers and the businesses that are still struggling.
Totally agree with that perspective, Ray, and that's really both the reality and the political reality of it. Is you're right. When we and I voted for those GPP pay raises. When we gave those, I just knew the other shoe was going to drop, and we would have to kind of institute another round of the LEAP, and that's why I introduced that LEAP bill, because I kind of saw this coming. And you're right, we shouldn't be having this conversation where we're pitting, and I don't know necessarily if we're pitting the two groups against each other, but that's just. It is what it is, that's the conversation we're having. But, I remain confident that we're going to be able to fund both. Like I said, it might mean we get creative, but I think both are of equal importance and both need to be addressed. And I think that's what you're going to see in session today.
Well, nobody's yet saying that maybe we ought to take the money out of the DOE funds, right?
No, not at all. In fact, my first line of questioning for Ed Byrne, because, it's hard to get that guy down under oath in front of you. And so my first couple of questions had nothing to do with LEAP or energy credit. I said, hey, man, did GDOE get are they getting the $20 million that we appropriated from Senator Duane's bill? And he said, yeah, they're getting that. And then he also said that they're getting their GPP money transferred. So, yeah, that was my first order of business, was to make sure, because, I'd been in contact with GDOE. And this being my first term, I didn't really have an idea when you pass a bill and you appropriate money, how long does it take to get there? And, I'm happy that they got the money, because we're just starting to, me and, Senator Duane and a couple of the other colleagues were just thinking about writing a letter. And, right when we thought that, we had the opportunity to have Ed Burns sit down in front of us. And, he's a little more prepared this time. I know when we were discussing the general pay plan pay raises, a lot of it was, how do you say that word? Obfuscation and kind of misdirection. And
Skullduggery. Skullduggery is my new word, Chris.
Skullduggery. I mean, I don't even think he had any paperwork with him in that session. But this time he came down with a whole stack of stuff, and then they had the guy, Matt, from GITA. And so they're really able to answer some of my questions about the LEAP program, right, which was a program designed to help, it's just like it sounds, local employers. And so I kind of wanted to make the point that we cast a really wide net on this program. And granted, I think that there are definitely businesses out there that are struggling, but some of the businesses,
as I pointed out with
they're included.
Sorry, Chris. As I pointed out with Frank Bloss Jr. in the last hour of the program, there's a lot of businesses that got hit and were hit in ways that a simple drop in the business privilege tax is not going to show. I'm one of those businesses, and so I'm proposing that maybe there be another look at this to do this on a pro rata basis. So if our threshold is going to be 25%, but my business privilege, I did not lose 25% of my business privilege tax, but I lost 15 or 20. Give me a pro rata of that payment, as opposed to saying, well, you're just out. You don't get anything because you're a good leader, you're a good businessman, but there are still impacts that we face every day that are related to COVID-19. The reason why I brought up DOE is I just wanted to get real quick your comments on Ocean View Middle School's the story in the newspaper yesterday about how they beat their own record. They had 41 demerits before, and now they were up to 61 demerits, and the principal wouldn't sign off on the paperwork. I'm sure you caught that.
Yeah, I did, Ray, but if I could just first address your comment about the pro rata, I agree, and that was kind of my questioning, was are we just going to mirror and mimic the previous iteration of LEAP? Because I think that, I think just by looking at that list, you're right, there are businesses that we weren't able to reach with that program, so I would like to see more of a specific fine-tuning that kind of opens it up, because there are people who aren't covered, like your business, that aren't covered by the sets of rules that did, suffer losses that I feel do need to be compensated. So that's something that definitely I think that GITA should look at when we get through this.
See, now it's that attitude. It's that attitude that's going to get you a job here if things go sideways. If you and Therese don't win in the next election and kick Josh's butt out of Adelup, you got a job here. Just that attitude. I appreciate that. More on the DOE. You've introduced Bill 113. I got Jerry Roberts breathing down my neck here. So can I get just a cliff notes on 113? Well, I gotta keep things moving. Bill 113. Relative to restoring the Guam Department of Education management audit requirements. Where's that coming from?
Yeah, so basically, and if you read the intent and findings, there was a bill that was proffered a few legislatures back, and it got changed up in committee, and it's crazy how you just change one word in a piece of legislation, and it totally changes, one word. So the word audit was changed to assessment, and so that's why we haven't seen any management audits, conducted or orchestrated by the board. And I think we definitely need to see that. I think that, looking at and auditing the performance of GDOE management is important. And I think it could have, stopped and prevented some of these things that we're seeing in other audits from the OPA. So this is kind of, my policy guy, Ed Lee, has been around the legislature for a million years, and he was telling me about this issue when I first got in. And we just kind of looked at that old law, dusted it off, and basically crossed out what they had crossed out before and
put it back in.
A little more teeth in it, right? And so I know that this is a measure that's going to be supported by the Board of Education. I already got positive feedback. But again, it really is to kind of just be checking in on the, kind of like a self-check on the management conducted and orchestrated by the board. But hey, on the Ocean View Middle School, because I know you got the money segment coming up, I feel like a lot of the demerits and violations are things that are going to be corrected when we start making the rounds with the ARP money and the CIP projects to come into compliance with Public Law 37-4. And I think that they're going to, DPHSS, there was a great interview with Nestor Lecanto about the variances, and I think that they need to get these bigger projects out to bid so that they can prove that the corrective action's underway, so that, and especially Ocean View, they're very obviously tied to that school, tied to that campus. They don't want to go to Southern High next year, and so again, I just asked GDOE to step on it with some of these procurements and get those bids out so that, again, when they go to public health and say, hey, there's this whole wing of the school that's closed up, but we put it out to bid, we got a contract, projects underway, then, hopefully DPHSS will be understanding and say, okay, well, we're going to variance on that section of the school so that, you can focus on letting or working on having the rest of the school come into compliance. So that's how I feel about that. And then this management audit thing, it's just kind of, in looking at the education landscape, looking at little changes we can make to help ensure accountability. And I thought that this was just a real quick fix. Like I said, it literally was, cross out something,
one word,
cross out and put it back in. Right.
One
Easy
word.
Money.
Listen, I got it. Here's the one word. Good luck. Have a fun time with the rest of the session today. We'll watch and see if there's any cool headlines that you can give me tomorrow on my birthday.
Hey, happy early birthday, Ray.
But I'm Brad. I'll talk to you pretty soon. 7:28 in the morning.
Okay,
Chris Barnett from the 37th Guam Legislature with a quick update on what he's up to and some of the thoughts that he's got. I know he's still got the radio on in the background, but let me say congratulations. You got Ed Lee. You got Ed. He got Ed.
What do you mean?
I didn't know that. No, Ed. Ed's good policy guy. He's if I ever became senator in a legislature, he would be my guy too.
Never heard of him.
Congratulations. 7:28 in the morning. Jerry Roberts in the studio. Lots and lots to get through today. We'll jump into the extra point and then see if we got some time for some yak on the other side of that. Here it is, brought to you by First Hawaiian Bank. Jerry.
In a land far away, a business operated by managers, but with absentee owners. What's really happening here? Owners ask, are we getting the best return on our investment? Managers ask, why don't they understand our problems? Will the owners see things from the management perspective? Will the managers embrace the owners' concerns? Is there hope for the future of the business and civilization as we know it? We'll find out next on The Extra Point.
Fly even higher and get to your destination with the United Credit Card from First Hawaiian Bank. You can earn 40,000 miles with $2,000 worth of spending within the first 3 months. That's 40,000 reasons to get on board with the First Hawaiian Bank United Credit Card. It all starts with yes. Certain restrictions apply. To learn more about this offer, visit any First Hawaiian Bank branch or go to fhb.com/United.
Half a day, this is Honey. Here at APL, our expertise and extensive network can help you grow your business and reach out to more global markets. As a responsible carrier, APL is also committed to a sustainable future, whether it's protecting the environment or investing our efforts in giving back to the community. Our dedicated teams in Guam, Saipan, and on U.S. mainland are here to support you. Call 588-4651 or visit apl.com.
With a nod to our Hollywood-style opening a moment ago, an absentee-owned business can result in all kinds of drama. In a business where the owner is also the manager, the overall uncertainties and issues may not be fewer, but at least the owner will likely be aware of them. An owner who is essentially an investor and not active in the operation is stuck trying to make decisions based on what they learn from financial statements as well as the opinions of management. In general, the absentee owner will choose one of three approaches as their role and how involved they will be in the business. And they are, option one, they acknowledge their disconnect from the daily activities, support company leadership in any way possible, and so long as projections are met and hopefully exceeded, leaders are free to make most or all of the operational decisions. This kind of owner is served best by a strong lead manager who confidently delivers results and usually only consults the owner in extreme expenses or other corporate financial matters. Option two, this owner doesn't give up blanket authority to the company leader. They retain more of that, working out some sort of shared arrangement. Maybe their leader isn't highly experienced, as is the leader in the first option. and the owner feels the need to play a larger role. On the other hand, the owner may not be psychologically capable of giving up complete control. The best choice for the leadership role in this case is probably a younger, less experienced manager who can handle daily operations and won't be upset or offended with constant oversight from the owner. Option 3. Here's the one that can cause a ton of heartburn. This is the owner who doesn't fit into either of the first two models. Instead, they are consistently inconsistent. They tell the leader that it's his or her company to run, but then swoop in often unannounced and make changes. They talk to employees listening to comments and complaints and promising changes will be forthcoming before consulting with the leader. Their presence can be disruptive, and often they are totally unaware of that. Worse yet, this owner, not up to speed on the daily operations of the business, may make uninformed decisions that can cause problems, not to mention raise questions about what level of authority the leader actually has. The kind of manager who is best for this owner will be one with incredible patience and a high tolerance for aggravation. Absentee owners, regardless of which option they fall under, may at some point second-guess their leader, pulling back authority. They may overrule decisions, refuse resources that have been promised, or change the entire course of the business. Communication breakdowns between the owner and the leader can result in misunderstandings, missed opportunities, and a business that rumbles into dysfunction. In my years in Guam, I have known a number of absentee business owners, and I suspect they were and are distributed into all three categories. I suppose a couple of them would have been a complete other category all to themselves, but that's probably another commentary for another day. A challenging absentee owner is one of the toughest assignments a business leader will ever have. I've heard some of these managers grumble loudly about their experience, and no, I will not mention names. That being said, I've also heard leaders praise their owners liberally and wouldn't have swapped their position for anything else. Tomorrow, we'll look at this picture from the absentee owner's perspective. How do they see things? That's the extra point. Be responsible and make something good happen today. For 93.3, The Ray Gibson Show and First Hawaiian Bank, I'm Jerry Roberts.
Gotcha, Jerry. And I wanted to finish up on a little bit of a story that we started just a little bit ago. Tucker Carlson apparently going to be on Twitter. I want to say you predicted this.
I predicted.
You did predict it. Well, here it is. He's back. The right-wing TV personality said in a video on his Twitter feed that he is relaunching his show on the social media platform, which is owned by Elon Musk. Carlson abruptly fired from his primetime post at Fox News weeks ago, shortly after the network paid a settlement to Dominion Voting Systems in its defamation lawsuit. Do you suppose there's a connection there?
Oh, I think there's a whole lot of connections to a lot of things. That may be one of them. That's certainly not all of it.
In the 3-minute video posted to Twitter, Carlson berated the mainstream media, allegedly lying to the public. He told viewers, "You are being manipulated." Carlson added that Twitter is not a partisan site. A Fox representative did not immediately respond to a request for comment. A Twitter spokesperson responded with the poop emoji. And for those of you wondering which one it is, it's that one. You see
That's
it?
my favorite one.
Yeah, a little triangle, little brown triangle-looking thing. Yeah. Anyway, so that's what they responded with there in that particular story. His last show on Fox aired Friday, April 22nd. The 21st, that Monday, Fox said in a statement, Fox News Media and Tucker Carlson have agreed to part ways. We thank him for his service to the network as a host and prior to that as a contributor. And now he is moving over and will be exploiting the Twitter platform.
When's it going to happen?
The article does not say when that's going to be happening.
Well, that's a direct competition now, because first of all, he's the only one there. He will be the program, because Musk has not launched any kind of a long-form platform at this point, as far as I know.
Yep.
So Tucker will be the only guy that will have something like that. He won't be the last. Maybe Ray Gibson will be.
Well, and that's what we've been hoping for is for being able to take any of the programs that we have, and not necessarily because I want to hide from the Meta and the YouTube police. I want to be able to have as many different platforms for people to watch the show on.
Now think of this. Okay, they have 250 million regular users on Twitter. Okay?
Wait, hold on a minute. On behalf of Elon Musk, even they recognize that's a whole lot of bots.
Well, but it's still
a
lot.
big number.
But he's used that number a lot. Now, whether that's a lot of bots or they've gotten rid of a lot of bots or whatever they have, the point of it is that he has a larger audience to start with than all of the rest of them combined at this point. Okay, and he's starting with that, and you think that Musk is going to promote this? Oh, boy. Carlson is going to be a monster right off the gun.
Can you imagine what the advertising backup is going to be for Tucker Carlson? You don't have to put an ad in the show. You can run a Twitter feed. You can run an ad in the Twitter before it gets to Carlson and then his Twitter post.
Sure.
Or whatever. I mean, the guy's going to be able to sell in the show adjacencies to the program, and that is going to be doing a big deal for him. So all of the Twitter haters out there and Elon Musk haters that said, "Oh, look at his advertising revenue has plunged as a result of him taking over," Tuckerson moving over is going to suck all of the money out of most of what's left of conservative video media and maybe even some of the other conservative medias that are out there.
Yeah, they were all smiling and they were all laughing about 2 weeks ago. And that's not going to happen anymore.
7:38 in the morning brought a knife to a gunfight, if you ask me. All right, well, there we are. Jerry Roberts and this morning's Extra Point. We got to jump into news and headlines with Donna D, brought to you by Burger King. I love the Whopper Wednesday all the way through May. You rule in the drive-through over at Burger King. And also being brought to you by Holiday Realty. You can reach out to them online, holidayrealty@gmail.com. Send them pictures. This is the house I want to sell. What do you think? Or I ran by this and I saw a for sale sign. I'd like to know more about that. They'll do the legwork for you at Holiday Realty. Now with news and information, here's Donna D. Donna, what happened?
Jason Francisco Song was arrested on Sunday for slamming an elderly victim to the ground. Police were called after witnesses saw Song assaulting the 84-year-old man. Song was charged with a special allegation, vulnerable victim, and family violence. Meanwhile, more pets are being found abandoned at local parks, and territorial veterinarian Dr. Mariana Turner says abandoning animals contributes to the island's stray dog problem. She reminds the community about the SNP clinic that provides spay and neuter services for $50. GAIN also accepts unwanted animals without a waiting list. And it's National Hospital Week, and GMH, GRMC, and Naval Hospital are celebrating throughout the week. On Monday, the hospitals gathered for a Hospital Week wave at Chief Kapua Circle. This week, the hospitals will join again for the Hospital Week Friendship Games, where they will compete against each other to claim the winner's trophy. The winning hospital holds the trophy until the following year's games. And those are your local headlines. Back to Ray.
Okay, fine. Is that what's going to be happening? And like I said, I'm wondering if anybody's asked the questions that Troy has been asking. I'm glad you guys are having a softball thing, but are people still getting net payroll around there? What happened to that $10 million the governor was supposed to send down that was actually codified into the law once upon a time? Any of that going to show up one of these days? 7:40 in the morning in the Ray Gibson Show. That's that break. We'll come back because I do feel like I got to give you some numbers here. What with the drop in gas prices last night. Jerry, did you see that? Price of gas went down by another dime here, $4.85. What drove that? You'll find out if you keep listening.
Your big business dreams mean you should be using the best tools. At Docomo Pacific, you get the best technology at the best value. Visit business.docomopacific.com to get an instant quote. Docomo Pacific Business. Work better together.
Join us at Mezcla Chamorro Fusion Bistro and see why they've been crowned Guam's best Chamorro food restaurant for 9 consecutive years. Experience Chef Peter's candied salmon over scallion coconut rice, octopus tinactac, Chamorro platter, and their award-winning gourmet burgers. Or if you're looking for something healthy, try their keto-friendly menu. Come and enjoy Mezcla's half-a-day service at their Hagåtña location from 11 a.m. to 2 p.m. for lunch, 5:30 p.m. to 9 p.m. for dinner, or 10 a.m. to 2:30 p.m. for their famous Sunday brunch.
Man, I just put this up on the screen and now I got to change it.
So sorry.
It says signs. It says rough road, fasten bra straps, and remove dentures.
Oh boy.
Yeah. You know where that is? That's Route 10. It's Route 10. I had to go by Akimoto's place yesterday. In preparation for the ECU executive checkup. I had to swing by his place, and it occurred to me just how rough that road has gotten over the last bunch of years. Maybe guys over at DPW take some of that road money and spend it over in that place. And for no other thing, go out there and those zaff portions of the. This is me trying to keep the Chamorro language alive. Those little zaff portions of the roadway. Fill those things in, make the ride a little bit smoother. Especially if we're going to put ambulances at Lalu. Oh, we're not doing that anymore, right? Okay, fine. Let me just get to the traffic here and see what's going on your roadways. I'll refresh the screen and then stick it up so that you can see it. Southbound Marine Corps Drive, as usual, busy up into getting into the Dededo area. Southbound traffic in Dededo running very, very ruddy here this morning. Lots of traffic. You'll find that at the intersections and on the main roadways. Expect just short delays through there. Route 16, busy all the way to 8, 10, and 16. Busy all three directions. Busiest probably on the Route 8 side with dueling lanes of traffic in front of the fire station. You're also going to see some traffic over at the intersection of 10 and 15 by Price. And I got to say, when I was down there yesterday, it occurred to me how nice the yard looks at Price Elementary.
Oh, yes.
Because normally that's one of the first ones to go when it gets to be this time of year and it will be rainy and sunshiny. It'll be up there. They lose kids in that grass every once in a while. But it was looking good yesterday. Route 10, a little bit busy in the usual spots over by the schools and Payless. Southbound from Route 4 into the downtown Agutnia area. Expect some delays there. Dogging out traffic on Route 8. It's drive time on Guam, kids. What can I say? Southbound Marine Corps Drive all the way from the downtown Agutnia area to Big Navy, running fairly clear at 743. That's right now traffic. This is The Point.
Half a day. This is Clara Manglonia from Security Title with an important warning. Wire fraud is real, and home buyers and sellers are one of the biggest targets, even on Guam. When sending money by wire transfer, be sure to confirm the wire instructions by phone, not email. In this case, it's good to be suspicious and know who you're dealing with. Let the professionals at Security Title work with you to minimize loss due to wire fraud. We are here to help.
Subway's new Subway Series menu is a collection of greatest hits. But my number 7, the Mexicali, is on a whole nother level with the way avocado meets chicken and pepper jack cheese.
Outlaw! You tell them, Raiden. That's the number 2, the Outlaw Sandwich. They don't know flavor.
It's the greatest cheesesteak hit with juicy steak, pepper jack, and Baja Chipotle sauce. There's a better mean cheese pairing than that. Shanzi, justify my point, please.
Meatball, pepperoni, and mozzarella. That's number 6, the Boss Sandwich, because we're the bosses of flavor. We're done here.
At Subway, you gotta refresh to be fresh.
Doing it, ladies and gentlemen. Where are you going to find some fresh and new Beyond the Box Micronesia Mall? Swing by there. It's 7:44. That's BTB time. Graduation blowout going for the entire month now. You can save $200 on your MacBook Air. 512 gigabytes in it. Lots of different styles to choose from. Lots of different colors. I think colors. Yeah. Anyway, go and check it out today over at Beyond the Box in the Micronesia Mall. And they got all kinds of other great deals for grads. And Mother's Day is coming up. Moms like tech just as anybody else does. And I'll give you a hint here, guys. You go and get her something, Bluetoothy, right? They got a ton of Bluetoothy stuff in there, and she'll come to you and go, "Honey, I can't figure out how to pair my phone with the new Bluetoothy thing you got for me from Beyond the Box." And you'll go, "Oh, honey, come on, Mom, read the directions." Mom knows what she's doing. She's just trying to make you feel like a hero. Everybody go and enjoy that sensation. Beyond the Box at the Micronesia Mall.
It's the Ray Gibson Show. Call now, 888-TALK. That's 888-8255.
Come on now. Quarter away from 8 o'clock in the morning, Ray Gibson Show. And a couple of things I want to point out in today's Guam Daily Post. You try to read every word of it, and then you just kind of run into a story and just get crazy disgusted. The story about this guy accused of sexual assault of a 12-year-old. And possession of child pornography, and he's all but admitted to everything to the cops. Now they can change they can recant before they get into trial. So I don't know what's going to be happening with this guy here. What was it that he said? Is it's easier to I'm looking for the phrase here that Donna used on the radio. It's easier to get with younger girls, because they're easily impressed with money and goodies and surprises. Yeah, they can be easily persuaded with money and gifts. This guy appeared in court Monday, released by Magistrate Judge Benjamin Season on a $25,000 personal recognizance bond. You've heard Doug Moreland make reference to these personal recognizance bonds. It's nothing. It's vaporware. It's the guys gaming the system, and you just wonder, is there going to be another victim next? I don't know what the terms and conditions were of that. Cousin Troy on Candid has a great write-up. If you're not checking Candid every night before you go to bed or every morning when you wake up, you're going to be missing a ton of big stories and a ton of different views on things. Now, there's people that are going, hey, we need to be tough on crime, and then we got other people saying, oh no, they're the criminals, they're the victims here, they're the ones, was victims of society, blah 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 blah, BS BS BS. Bolero, I say, and the guys that are buying it, unfortunately, are people over at the courts where any number of people are being released, and they go out, number one, and they commit more crimes, create more victims, but in a lot of cases, as Cousin Troy is illustrating on Candid this morning, they are also going back and terrorizing their other victims, members of their family, among their friends, people that they're in so-called relationships with that are jeopardized because apparently, as Cousin Troy says, the judges don't care about these people. Good morning, Cuz. How you doing?
Well, it's hard to imagine that the judges do care if the AG's office. Remember, most of these prior crimes happened during the administration of Stephen Camacho. And so I don't know whether the Camacho administration was informing the judges of what was going on, or the probation officers were saying anything or whatever. But, from the outside looking in, it really looks like the judges didn't care that there was a ex-girlfriend who was pleading with the justice system to, hey, keep this guy in jail because he keeps hurting me. And every time he comes out, allegedly he comes out and terrorizes or assaults her over and over again. So
we've seen that. There was a story of a guy that was incarcerated, was a detainee for a while, and they finally let him go. And the first thing he did was find his girlfriend, beat the hell out of her.
Yeah, allegedly, right? And not everyone who gets arrested and is magistrated is guilty of the crimes that they're accused of, right? But you take a look at these ones, and you take a look at scores of these whom judges have released from prison, and you just know that something's wrong with the criminal justice system. And I get what Stephen Hissori and Pierce Santos are saying. I understand that not everybody is guilty. Everybody deserves their day of trial. They're innocent and still proven guilty, et cetera, et cetera.
But when do they get their day? I don't understand that. I'll give you an example, and I did earlier, but I'll do it on the air. I sent Cousin Troy a note on the magistrates that came out yesterday, and in the magistrate report yesterday is a story of Jordan Michael Babauta. This guy was picked up. In association with what looks like a theft by receiving, but it ended up being an assault on a police officer. A woman cop that was doing her job, and this guy didn't want to get arrested again. And so he used force on a police officer, appears to have warrants in criminal, let me see, what have I got, 678-22 and 679-22. And you're wondering, okay, well, what else? Is there more? This guy, Jordan Michael Babauta, has got a rap sheet that goes back to 2019. How do I know? Because I don't erase emails and I don't erase magistrate reports. July of 2019, September of 2019, April of 2020, November of 2022, February of 2023, and now in May of 2023. At which point is a judge going to say, you know what, Jordan, we're going to keep you inside the lockup here. We're going to make you a detainee until you face justice, until you face a judge and a jury on all of these other allegations that have come forward.
I heard what Doug Moylan said on your show, I think it was yesterday, that the most rudimentary function of the criminal justice system is to keep people safe by keeping menaces away from free, safe people. And I'm paraphrasing what he said, but I mean, I think we just kind of got to go back to that. And I got to feel for the police. And not all police officers do their jobs the right way. I want to admit, I want to cop to that. But I do feel bad for these police officers who are doing their jobs the right way. They take menaces off the street only to have to take them off the street again. But if you feel bad for them, think about their family members, their friends who are subjected to the menacing over and over. And basically, judges are re-victimizing families and friends of these people.
Okay, so near as I can tell, though, there's only three of us talking about it, me and you and Doug Moylan.
And Bob Kripke.
Oh, very good. Okay.
Yeah. Yeah,
Okay, that's four. That's four. There needs to be more of this. People, at some point, have got to stand up and figure out how it is that we are going to address this issue. How do we send the message to the unelected branch of government that is the judiciary?
I mean, maybe people just need to start campaigning at the time of judicial retention. That's probably what people need to do.
Could be. Their will for some of these guys, their name is going to show up on the ballot, and most people just, okay, I'll go. Either don't vote in that category at all, in that race at all, or just go, okay, well, judge, no, keep being a judge. Have a nice day.
I've actually noticed no votes for judges going up over the past 2 years, and maybe that is a sign of people's disgruntled feelings with the way judges have, or maybe it's really families of people who've committed crimes and they're like, screw that judge. He gave me a really harsh sentence. I don't know what's going on.
Yes, who are we campaigning to? The thugs and their families, or to the victims? And I think maybe the victims need to get out, and we're all victims anymore. And if things had gone sideways with the police officer and this guy Babauta, there'd be police officers with black tape over their badges today. Is that what we're waiting for?
Yeah, I hear what you're saying. Because I got to go because people are waiting for the SWAT rack here at the gym.
I thought I could hear somebody lecturing you. Are you on the phone with that guy on the radio again? Come on. Did you hear what he said? The squat. I'm sorry, I'm on the squat rack now. All right, have a good time squatting, buddy. I'll see you pretty soon. 888-8255-888-TALK. On or about May the 8th. At 12:07 p.m., Guam police officers Tiffany Rodriguez and Officer Martin Oliva conducted a traffic stop in Agate. The vehicle, a Scion, appeared to have a rear license plate cover that made it difficult to read the license plate. Illegal, by the way. And the vehicle appeared to have expired registration tags from last year. The operator of the vehicle, Brandon Cal Mendiola Cruz, and the passenger, Jordan Michael Babauta. During the stop, Officer Oliva was speaking with Cruz and Officer Rodriguez was speaking with Babauta. As Officer Rodriguez was conducting a weapons check of the defendant. The defendant attempted to flee. Rodriguez then grabbed a hold of his shirt, and as he turned towards her, the defendant struck her chest. The strike caused the separation of Officer Rodriguez and the defendant. She then tried to regain control, but was unsuccessful. The defendant then fled on foot, but was later apprehended. Injury check was conducted on Officer Rodriguez, and she stated that she experienced pain in the area that she had been struck by the defendant and felt winded. Appears to have warrants, as I said, in two separate cases, and perhaps others going back to 2019. Based on the foregoing, there is probable cause to charge Jordan Michael Babauta with assault on a police officer. And the question that I have is this guy's probably out already, right? He's probably
he's on the beach right now.
Yeah,
the pina colada.
In my hand, if we like pina coladas. And like I said, I was able to look up his name in the magistrate reports going back to 2019. And there's a whole lot of cases in there.
He was young then, Ray.
Oh, well, he was born in 1991, yeah, I suppose. But the variety of cases, and it seems to me that he is getting more dangerous with each one of them. There are, theft charges, assaults, and things like that. But now we've got an assault on a police officer. Where's it going to end up with this kid? And how is he going to find himself back on the streets? I hope that whoever is working this case over at the Attorney General's office, Renaida Z. Sinicolas, do a good job. Do a good job, Miss Sinicolas, with this guy's case, and in the very least, maybe if they have to let him out, let's make him truly responsible for that, and put up a cash bond this time, as opposed to personal recognizance, etc. 7:55 and Ray Gibson Show. Plenty more to talk about as we make our way into the rest of the program. We'll spend some time with Eddie Sharkey Cruz on the radio because he's one of the guys that's in charge of the John F. Kennedy mega reunion. That's not the only thing. There's a little garden over by the JFK statue.
Yeah.
At the school. That's all him, bro.
Wasn't he part of getting a new statue for that place?
He collected 2 million pennies.
He sculpted
and
that.
they melted them down.
in the two-on
Way to go.
forge and made a new statue of John F. Kennedy, and I'm told it is actual size, it is a real-time, real-size statue of John F. Kennedy. So yeah, we might get some time to talk with him about that. Maybe even get some thoughts on what's going on with Guam Raceway Park. That's a big story in the news. I guess Henry found himself over at the Rotary Club the other day, and in addition to eating a fine meal, I'm sure, and hearing a great, a wonderfully sung song, he had a chance to get up there and speak about the future of the Guam Raceway Park. And now that the show is over, the Smoking Wheels is over, one of a couple of things is going to happen. One of them is they will transfer the Guam Raceway Park out from under the Ancestral Lands Use Commission and over to the Department of Parks and Recreation. Okay, I can riff on that in a second. Or he's just going to get kicked out, and the Ancestral Land Commission is going to use that, I don't know, foster homes or
hospital.
Yeah. I don't know if it's big enough. It might maybe too big for a hospital. I don't know. I got to read that thing that Crystal sent me yesterday, but it's my birthday week, so forget it. I'm not doing a whole lot of research this week. But that's one of a couple of things that's going to happen. And the idea now that it would be transferred to Parks and Recreation. I'm not going to say that is an unprecedented move, but that would be kind of interesting if you got all of this property and said, okay, we're going to give this now to Parks and Rec, but Parks and Rec isn't going to have to maintain it. They're not going to have to worry about the bathrooms there. They're not going to have to worry about cutting the yard there. I mean, we'll let this Guam Raceway Park Federation go ahead and run things out there. And I'm going, well, if that works for the Raceway Park, Can we see if there's other ways that we can do that and apply that same method to a variety of other organizations out there that might be able to say, you know what, we will take this over. It's not an adopt-a thing. We will be responsible for all of the maintenance here. We will be in charge of whatever construction that needs to get done, and we will be responsible at the end of the day for maybe paying the Department of Parks and Recreation some kind of rental on this. Could you see the tenant? I'll give you an example. Let's go to Teason. To the degree that is public property up there where they've got the tennis courts and little recreational facilities, how about we go ahead and make those taken care of by the Tennis Federation, and they've got that place where they used to do the pellet ball, the gun ball? Paintball.
Yeah.
Pellet gumball. I'll shoot you with my gumball, bro. Come out with the little tiny ones that hurt like hell, and then we're going to come out with the jawbreakers, right? So see if there's a way that organizations can take over. I'll tell you what, maybe end the potential bickering between tennis players and pickleball players, and just anything that's not already a tennis court or otherwise up in Teason, take the tennis courts up there and turn those all into pickleball facilities. Wouldn't that be nice? Pickleball in the downtown Barragana area. Ponder, ponder, ponder. We got news coming up with Fox News here in just a second, and there might be some gloating in there about the split decision from the jury. Twitter has already gone hair on fire with that ruling and taken that apart pending an appeal from former President Donald Trump. So maybe get some details on that, and the idea that Tucker Carlson is going to be doing a show on Twitter. It's not a network. It's not a channel. It's not a thing. Twitter is, it's a hurry up blog service. This is going to be an interesting way that the media is going to change. Here it comes, Fox News on The Point.
$5 million. Signed Lisa Lacera, Fox News. That's how much former President Trump has been ordered to pay in a civil case against author E. Jean Carroll. The jury finding Trump not liable for rape, but liable for sexual abuse, battery, and defamation.
He wants to fight this on appeal. Again, he was successful in one appeal before the Second Circuit with Judge Kaplan on Carroll versus Trump, and he thinks he's going to be successful on the second one.
Trump's attorney Joe Tacopina, after the verdict was announced, Trump again said he didn't know who Jean Carroll is and called the verdict a disgrace. Trump is also fighting a criminal case in New York related to hush money payments made to porn star Stormy Daniels, and the New York Attorney General has sued Trump, his family, and his business for financial wrongdoing. After about an hour meeting at the White House with congressional leaders on the debt ceiling, House Speaker Kevin McCarthy said he didn't see any movement, and he chided President Biden for not meeting before today.
Every day I asked, could we meet? And he said no. The House has raised the debt ceiling in a responsible manner, curve our spending at the same time, bring us economic growth.
Senate Majority Leader Chuck Schumer says McCarthy didn't want to negotiate.
Instead
of him giving us a plan to remove default, he gave us a plan to take default hostage.
The president is set to meet with the congressional leaders again on Friday. Treasury Secretary Janet Yellen has warned the government could default on its debts as soon as next month if no deal is reached. The state of California will pay $24 million to the family of a man who died in police custody after screaming, "I can't breathe," as multiple officers restrained him while trying to take a blood sample in 2020. 7 California Highway Patrol officers and a nurse were charged with involuntary manslaughter earlier this year in connection with the 2020 death of Edward Bronstein. America is listening to Fox News.
Because moms deserve the best, Chili's serves an elevated Mother's Day menu that's sure to please. From only $38.50, start with a glass of Chili's house red wine or Coca-Cola, followed by a choice of Chili's signature ancho salmon or sirloin steak for entree. And for the finale, the showstopper of a dessert, Chili's molten cake, a warm chocolate cake with a gooey center. It's the perfect way to show mom how much you care. Only at Chili's, where moms are treated like queens.
With decades experience in Guam and the region, Take Care members have access to the largest offering of free fitness classes and health education programs. Membership also includes the high-quality credentialed network of on- and off-island healthcare providers and the one-stop FHB Health Center and urgent care. Ask for Take Care. Call 671-647-3526. Go to takecareasia.com for more information. Take Care. Our island, your health plan.
There's little hope for peace in Ukraine anytime soon. That from the head of the United Nations.
UN Secretary General Antonio Guterres sees no immediate chance of a ceasefire in Ukraine. The reason? Both sides are convinced they can win. He's been speaking to Spanish newspaper El País. Guterres says the United Nations isn't even trying to strike a comprehensive peace deal right now, instead focusing on smaller goals like extending the deal that allows Ukraine to export grain via the Black Sea. Russia launched a new attack early on Tuesday, Ukraine saying it brought down 13 of 15 cruise missiles that were fired. Jonathan Savage, Fox News.
A Utah woman who wrote a children's book about dealing with grief after her husband died last year was charged with his murder. Corey Richens was arrested on murder and drunk possession charges stemming from the March 2022 death of her husband, Eric Richens. Prosecutors say Richens spiked her husband's drink with 5 times the lethal dose of fentanyl. A warning from the ASPCA, be on the lookout for things that could harm your pet.
Recreational drugs make the ASPCA top 10 list of worst pet toxins for the first time ever. That includes marijuana, psychedelic mushrooms, and cocaine. Of more than 400,000 pet poisonings, the ASPCA Poison Control Center cites a 700% increase in marijuana-related cases the past 5 years. Dr. Tina Wismer notes that dogs eating marijuana become sedated but also hyperactive and tend to dribble urine. Dogs on a walk in the park can also be seriously harmed eating drugs off the ground.
Fox's Therese Crowley. Robert De Niro has welcomed another child. The 79-year-old Oscar winner is now the father of 7. A representative for De Niro confirmed the birth but offered no other details. De Niro has 6 children from 2 marriages. I'm Lisa Lacera. This is Fox News.
Family Finance has been serving the people of Guam since 1959, and they will continue to be there for you in the years to come. Whether you're looking to get a personal loan for that summer vacation or paying off those long overdue bills, Family Finance has got you covered. Apply for a personal loan from $1,000 up to $4,100 by calling Family Finance in Hagåtña at 671-475-4545, Upper Tumon 671-647-5626, or in Dededo 671-633-4473.
JV International Safety Equipment has it all for you. Fall protection, rain gear, traffic signs, speed bumps, custom signs and banners, PPEs, fire extinguishers, plus more. Check them out on Facebook at JV International Safety Equipment Company or visit their website, www.jvisec.com. JV International Safety Equipment, Guam's leader in occupational and environmental safety equipment. Call 688-9524. JV International Safety Equipment, located in Harmon Industrial Park.
Hey there, folks. It's me, KFC's Extra Crispy Colonel. Now, don't get me wrong. I love the original recipe, but in this sizzling summer heat, I'm feeling a little extra crispy. My KFC Extra Crispy Chicken is freshly double-breaded and fried to a luxurious, mouth-watering bronze. You see, extra crispy KFC chicken isn't just a product, it's a lifestyle.
Pick up your KFC Extra Crispy meal today. KFC is extra finger licking good.
Your local news is brought to you by Nambo Insurance. Skip the line, pay online. It's fast, easy, and secure. Visit nambo.com for more information.
Off today, it's 8:06. I'm Donna DeJesus with a look at your local news on The Point. The sanitary conditions at Ocean View Middle School are getting worse. The latest public health inspection resulted in a D rating with 61 demerits. The school last September failed an initial sanitary inspection with 56 demerits and also a November follow-up inspection with 45. Public health states that with the new law, the sanitary permit must now be revoked at any school campus which has 41 or more total demerits. The biggest violations during the most recent inspection at Ocean View last month include excessive temperature and humidity in restrooms and locker rooms, broken and leaking air conditioners, fountains and sinks which are leaking or draining water directly to the ground, no appropriate hand soap or paper towels at hand sinks, too few toilet facilities for students, and rat droppings and cockroach egg casings in several rooms. Inspectors also told school officials to stop allowing students to sell prepackaged food and drinks until the student clubs obtain a sanitary permit. Meanwhile, relief for ratepayers and small businesses were both on the table for lawmakers as session resumed yesterday, but it is unclear if there's enough money to fund both initiatives. Senator Joseph Augustine's Bill 75 would appropriate $15 million into another round of the Local Employers Assistance Program, or LEAP, and Bill 83 would extend the $100 a month power rebate program through September at a cost of about $26 million. DOA Director Ed Burns says so far GovGuam has been collecting an average of about $10 million in excess each month. St. Augustine says with 5 months left in the fiscal year, that would be at least $25 million in excess, plus the current $18 million estimated excess, and that there would be enough to cover both bills. Several lawmakers proffered a resolution requesting that the governor use ARP money to fund the bills. More news after this.
Go green, go hybrid. Go to Nambo Insurance, and your next power bill is on us. Insure your hybrid car at Nambo and get up to $350 towards your next power bill. That's instant savings for keeping our island clean and green. Nambo has been providing Guam with over 50 years of reliable and affordable auto insurance. At Nambo, it pays to go green. Terms and conditions apply. Visit nambo.com or call 477-9754 for details.
Local business Moda Geno's is offering scholarships to assist public high school seniors pursue education after graduating. Geno's is known for selling uniforms on island. Students who will be attending UOG, GCC, or the GCA Trades Academy full-time can apply for $1,000 scholarships to help cover textbooks and other costs they may struggle to pay for their first year. 2 students from each of Guam's public high schools will be selected for a scholarship of $500 their first and second semester. To be eligible, the student must be a graduating senior and maintain a minimum cumulative grade point average of 90% their first semester at UOG or GCC. For GCA Trades Academy scholarships, the student must show proof of enrollment for the core curriculum to receive the first part of the award, and then proof of enrollment for a trades course to receive the second half. Applications are due May 20 and can be picked up and turned in at Geno's in Tamuning. And GVB won the Best Parade Award and Best Booth Contents Award for Guam at the 38th Seoul International Travel Fair last week. Guam was one of the 43 countries represented at the fair. The Guam Pavilion also had a reservation feature that allowed visitors to purchase Guam travel products and enter to win round-trip tickets to Guam through a stamp program. GVB also forged a new partnership with Jeju as part of the South Korea mission to pave the way for a more sustainable tourism industry in the South Korea market. Under the MOU, both organizations plan to foster strategic partnerships and facilitate cooperative mechanisms for the promotion of Guam and Jeju. And those are your top stories. Now back to Ray with weather.
All right, I'm working on some things earlier in the broadcast. In reference to a story that you were reading about the Chamorro language and a language scholar, and in fact, a Chamorro language scholar saying that the Chamorro language is all but dead on Guam. There's not a whole lot of new people coming in, and a lot of the people that speak it now are obviously going to be dying off down the road. And my question was, can we make it so that the Chamorro language lives on, at least in social media? Is it possible that can be a thing? Now, I took the lyrics to Good Golly Miss Molly to my chat GPT and asked it to translate the English version of Good Golly Miss Molly into what Chamorro it knows.
Did it say ungan to you?
It said, please note some concepts may not have direct equivalents in Chamorro, and the translation may not capture the original meaning or nuance of the song. And it was the first time that it ever occurred to me that there might be meaning and nuance to Good Golly Miss Molly. But apparently there might be. So I've reached out to three folks. One of them, former Governor Carl T.C. Gutierrez, who unfortunately was unable to conduct any analysis of these artificial intelligence lyrics. He's got to get on an airplane. We might talk with him tomorrow. We will definitely talk to former Congressman Robert Underwood tomorrow, who will give me his thoughts on the artificial intelligence translation, number one, and wish me, his favorite nephew, a happy birthday. I'm waiting on Bob Klitsky. I sent the same thing to Bob Klitsky, who is fluent in Chamorro. If you didn't know, now you do. He has been typing for a long time. I don't know. This is
AI doesn't know the feeling of Magot diary.
Tiu tungu I palabran Good Golly Miss Molly pues tipu tungu zangin mauliki translation. All right, I'm going to just pick out the word here. Mauliki translation.
That's good.
That sounds
right?
good. I don't know. Maybe we will hear from him in some of the time that we've got between now and the end of the program. 13 after 8 o'clock in the morning. Weather for today: Baccalaureate Mass Day for Academy of Our Lady of Guam. It's going to be partly sunny with highs near 88 degrees. Now they're saying that we might be able to see some rain before 11 o'clock today, but I'm looking at the radar imagery right now. See some clouds, see some stuff swirling around, but nothing that looks like, as Real Joe would say, a direct hit. Mostly cloudy tonight. And overnight low should be 76 degrees. Partly cloudy in the forecast for tomorrow because it's my birthday. And then on Friday, mostly sunny skies and highs near 88 degrees. There's something to celebrate every single day for the remainder of this week, and including all of that stuff. 30% chance of rain here this morning. Heat index 96 degrees. It's going to feel hot again today, maybe even warmer than it was yesterday, if that's even possible. Sunset tonight, 6:38. There it is. News and weather together on 93.3. This is The Point.
We don't want you standing in long lines. It's just not right. So Bank Pacific provides excellent online and mobile banking and 24/7 access to your money with our Visa debit cards. And if you want to visit any of our 4 offices, please do so, because we're short on lines and long on service, open Fridays until 6 and on Saturday mornings. Goodbye to the frustration of waiting in long lines. Say hello to Bank Pacific. It'd be our privilege. Bank Pacific, member FDIC.
Join us on May 12th as we host our annual PBS Guam Pledge Drive. Tune in and show your support for quality, educational, and entertaining programming. Your contributions help us continue to bring you thought-provoking documentaries, captivating cultural programs, and engaging children's shows. So tune in to PBS Guam Friday, May 12th from 7 p.m. to 10 p.m. and pledge your support to help us keep Guam enriched, inspired, and entertained. Viva!
Viva! 8:15, Ray Gibson Show. Portions brought to you by APL American President Lines, a global presence with a local home. And Kim and Ron over at Security Title. You involved in some kind of real estate transaction going to be taking place here soon? I don't know. Got that property up in Lalu, right? Angel Field? I'm sorry, Eagles Field. Maybe that's up for grabs again. Anyway, check them out. They'll be happy to help you and let you know if there's anything that you need to worry about lurking in the title, in the deeds, and all of that stuff. Security Title.
Bringing you closer to the action. Any speaker, anytime. Watch and listen live on ThePOINT.gu.
after 8 o'clock in the morning, 888-825-5888-TALK. And on screen right now, I've got the invitation for you to attend an evening for Patty, as in my former partner, Patty Arroyo, medical fundraiser. It's going to be taking place next Wednesday at the venue. $10 gets you in. It says live music by friends of Patty. Donations accepted for song requests will go towards her medical expenses. I'll get you as many details as possible. I'll leave that up on the screen. While I bring in a couple of people that, in fact, one of them that was instrumental in making sure that Patty was able to get some appropriate care. We'll start with that. Dr. Tom Shea. Good morning, Doc. Welcome to the program.
Good morning, Ray. How are you?
I'm well. Thanks very much. And just for anybody else in the medical community worried about me, I've got a trip lined up to the Philippines for my first executive checkup since the beginning of COVID-19. And I worry, after Patty, obviously, but I worry that there's a whole lot of other people for whom have not had an opportunity over the course of COVID-19 and that public health emergency to go ahead and take care of things like annual checkups and the occasional physical. I'd urge you now to go and make whatever arrangements you need to make with your favorite medical providers to get some blood work done, to get some fluid work done, and see what you've been missing over the last couple of years.
Yeah, that's always important, so always keep up with your health maintenance side. So discussing, especially for women too, and men as well. As men, we tend to be more procrastinator. Women actually takes better care of their health than us.
Yeah,
but you're right.
You got me in a box there. I'm the ultimate procrastinator. I'll wait until something hurts unbelievably, as you know, or until things begin to look like they're about to fall off before I go see a doctor.
Oftentimes, with the high deductibles with insurance and stuff, I think patients tend to delay their care, because they really have to pay out of pocket first before the insurance kicks in. So that's kind of a disincentive when you have deductible. That's why for our office, for our employees, we don't have any deductibles, so they get the care that they need. So that's something for employers to consider.
Absolutely.
Well, and then, so what we can talk about, that's a separate topic in itself. We can talk for hours on that.
At some point, maybe we ought to, as the cost of doing business, cost of providing benefits to employees now are deeply considered in a lot of businesses, and in many cases, I'm familiar with employees that are working virtually every hour, basically to cover their insurance because it's so hard to get, even the high deductible insurance that's out there. Anyway, 8:18 in the morning, and there's a glimmer of hope in the future for women and children here on Guam. You are working with Peter Scroll, I understand. I've got Peter on line one. Welcome to the program. You're on with Dr. Tom Shea, Pedro.
Happy birthday, Ray, and hopefully you sing how many cuentos tomorrow.
Buenos and half a day. Many ludes and many now.
Very good.
Mutong de gunmo. All my favorite Chamorro words. I hear what you're saying. Let's, as much as possible, keep the Chamorro language alive. Maybe we'll have a special section of your new Women and Children's Hospital dedicated to exactly that, perpetuation of the culture. Have both of you on the line right now. Understandably, Dr. Shea's time is significantly greater value than either one of us, Pedro. So I'm going to let him take the lead on the discussion on the construction of a new women and children's health facility.
Yeah, I think we all know that, that's part of the mission that I've been on Guam for the last, 2.5 decades, almost 3 decades, going on 27 years this come August, which is beyond my own imagination to be in Guam for that long. I mean, and to think that I'm still one of the youngest, I think I'm the second youngest, so just 2-3 years apart from the younger one, OBGYN than myself. So I think over the past 20 years, I've been advocating for an update with women and children's, advances. So we're not going to depend on people that's going to be in charge of the Gulf Guam aspect of it. I think what we want to do is try to move forward in the private sector side. So one day I got a call from Peter and say, hey, Tom, I need your help in making this happen. And so I told Peter that, I'll do my best to help out wherever I can, to the point where I think, if I can find somebody I can mentor, a protege that I can train to be the second Dr. Shea to be on Guam for the next 27 years, I think that would be something that's really satisfying for me.
I can't disagree. So, to what degree have we endeavored here? Combination of you and Peter Skro is one thing. What else have you gone through? I mean, tell me a little bit about the journey as it moves forward.
Well, sure. I mean, for me, I'm in Hawaii a lot, and I'm not in Hawaii just on vacation. I'm here actually working. I'm networking with providers. I got a gyne-onc, which is GYN oncologist, on board through my clinic. So we are trying to get the network specialists to complement what I do. I'm a general OBGYN. I do a lot outside of my own specialty in regard to gynecology. But it's come to a point where I already recruited a maternal fetal medicine to come through my clinic. We have a gyne-onc on board, which is a women's cancer specialist, Dr. Paula Lee. We also here, I'm actually in discussion with a urogynecologist, which is taking care of the woman's aspect of the gynecologic aspects of prolapse, urine incontinence, etc. So I'm getting that on board. And then we're also going to work on getting other OBs to see what they can do to rotating through Guam, because as you know, we have a shortage.
Mm-hmm.
It's very difficult to recruit somebody. So I think what Peter has in mind is a 50-bed women and children's hospital to begin with. I think that would be a good start. And my job on this side is handling the medical side of it and see what the standard of care that we can offer women in Guam to be above, at par or above par over Hawaii. And that's going to be the biggest challenge that we're facing right now.
There are, and Peter points out in email communications to me, there are models that we can use, facilities that are already in existence that we can use to kind of swipe some best practices from and be able to apply here on Guam to the degree that things are applicable in this part of the world with the general conditions that we have and access to the talent. What are those facilities for people that might be familiar with them?
Well, okay, let's just take island to island, for example. In Honolulu, if you look at Honolulu in my Facebook post, I already kind of introduced that. All of the hospitals here are advancing by expansion. And they're not looking at new land to build upon. They're building it up within their own footprint. Straub Hospital, and I'm there every day. I'm visiting a colleague there, taking care of them. I'm there every day. They're already broken ground to build twice its size, over a 200-bed hospital, right on the same footprint as Straub.
Wow.
And the acreage is actually smaller than what we have at GMH. Kapiolani, for example, Women and Children's Hospital, they built a brand new pediatric medical center right on top of its own campus. Mm-hmm. That's a beautiful, beautiful facility.
As you have proposed for Guam Memorial Hospital.
Well, I don't want to talk about.
But I get it. I'm just saying that you're right. I think people are expanding on their current footprint, taking advantage of other technologies and going vertical as opposed to horizontal. And I think that was one of the poison pills. And
I mean, if the hotel can go above 20 floors, I don't see why a hospital can't go at least maybe 7 or 8 floors, which is enough. But again, Queens Hospital at the latest, they just made an announcement. I think it was 2021, They already started their expansion. Queen Hospital, for example, within their own footprint, its actually footprint is smaller than the footprint in Ipoh Point. And they're a 575-bed hospital, right? 575 bed. On top of that, they're expanding it to 710 or 720-bed hospital, a comprehensive medical center. And that's right on their own footprint. And that's smaller than EPAL. So I think we can do it. You just have to have the right mind, the right will, and put away all the political agendas. I don't have a personal agenda. My agenda is really to improve women's health.
Yes.
And I'll let Peter talk about the financial part or aspect of it and the logistics about the bed in the hospital. Because he was instrumental with the GRMC. And when he called me, I was more than happy to help. I also was part of the GRMC's building there, but, I can't go to hospital. So it comes to a point where I think if we can bear women and children, that ought to be the hospital that I'll be focusing on.
I think it's a great idea for many reasons, up to and including something that is unfortunately, given the state of our the advancements that we should have been making over the last 20 years, there are still pregnant women that will show up in front of a gynecologist within a few days of actual delivery, and it's the first time they've ever met. It's the first time that many of these women are getting any kind of prenatal care is just prior to the child being delivered. It would be nice if there was a facility specifically designed to take care of those those women and those children as they go through this birthing process from prenatal all the way to delivery and then beyond to be able to take care of kids in their pre-adolescent years. 8:25 in the morning. How much is this going to cost, Peter?
I estimate it to be about $300 million for 50 beds, and the concept of the properties, the two that we've located, actually we reduced it to. I am envisioning the hospital in the back, and in the front will be clinical services just for women and children.
So $300 million. Any idea where that's going to come from? I think I agree with both of you. Anytime that there's ever been anything that has been offered from the government of Guam, it generally doesn't come through, and so you're left trying to go and self-fund these projects.
Well, I mean, if I can chime in there, Peter.
Go ahead. Go ahead, Tom.
One thing about when we talk about the business aspect of it, if I put on my business hat on, I can tell you that I think if anything in the healthcare system that's profitable is women. And let me tell you why, because it's essential healthcare. Pregnancy, essential healthcare. Gynecology, essential healthcare. All insurances covers their essential healthcare 100%. Unlike there's capitations, for example, neurosurgery, there's a capitation. Chronic orthopedic condition, there's a capitation. And this is why I think part of it is that right now only the government of Guam, Guam Memorial Hospital, has holding on to the women and children side, because those are essential health care and they're reimbursable up to 100% of their care.
Okay.
So I think as far as profitability goes, I think Peter, I don't think has going to be having any issues in getting investment into it. We just have to have the right mind, the will to do it.
Still a lot of conversation left in the process. What other services will be offered in this women and children's facility? And have you guys pondered a name for it yet?
Well, I think the medical side, I think we want to provide a comprehensive service, which I have told you also, not just pregnancy, gynecological side, right? We want to provide laparoscopic surgeries. We want to provide cancer care for women, which is comprehensive, and we got to make sure we have a urogynecologist. That's what I'm doing right now in Honolulu is networking, and I'm one of the clinical professors here at the John A. Burns School of Medicine, and also part of a faculty in Virginia as well. So I think what I'm trying to do is try to see what we can do to get it started, and we can't just build it and hoping that it will come. I think what we need to do a side-by-side process. We have to parallel this and start getting the specialists together. And Dr. Hirata, which is our maternal fetal medicine, I'll be getting him involved as well. And he's critical because he's the only person that rotates through Guam and taking care of high-risk pregnancies. We also got a neonatologist. And guess what? My cousin, who is in CHLA, is a board-certified neonatologist. So I'll be getting him involved as well in building the NICU. As you know, we don't have a neonatologist on Guam. So those are the things that we want to provide for Guam. And I think our women or children deserve it. Mother's Day is coming up this weekend. And I feel really sad that they're not getting the proper facility for the care that they solely deserve. I mean, that's your children. That's your, it's hard. It's hard to imagine what kind of care they're getting and the facility they're in.
Well, I'm trying to avoid that, but I can't help but think that you had offered your time, your expertise, your plans to Guam Memorial Hospital to be able to rehabilitate just the labor and delivery, which would be a component of the mothers and the women and children's hospital that we're talking about right now. But still, in all, an important component of it is labor and delivery, a job that is being done right now at Guam Memorial Hospital. And as you have chimed over and over since you made the overtures that it needs to be rehabilitated, has been met with nothing, silence practically, and blatant ignorance of the issues that you have shown on your Facebook page and your social media about what those conditions are like for the mothers of Guam today. And it's easy to fix, and we've got money for it, which is the annoying thing. Again, I hate to bring it up, but if you want to talk about one of the driving issues that get these two guys talking about building up a women and children's hospital, you need look no further than what the women and those babies have to endure at Guam Memorial Hospital.
Yeah, and I think the public will support it, and I think the husbands of their wives, your sisters, everybody should support it. This is a family affair, and I think we can't just wait for the public side. I think the private side should take a hold of this and try to do their best. And I think if I can spend my time, whatever's left that's on Guam, to help out, I would. And I told Peter that I'm committed. And I'm taking up most of your time, so when I get off,
that's okay.
Talk to you more about talk more about the business side of it.
Well, we can have a meeting next week after Mother's Day. I'd love to sit in on a conversation. Doesn't necessarily have to be on the air. Bottom of the hour here on the Ray Gibson Show. Pete Scrow and Dr. Tom Shea on the line here as we're talking about a new women's and children's facility here on Guam. Question here: to what degree would the addition of an emergency room or emergency facilities at this Women and Children's Center destabilize any of your business plan?
Well, any hospital you build is going to have emergency room. Labor and delivery is an emergency room for women, to come in. So even GMH is an emergency room.
Okay.
The amount of beds. If our beds are full, we divert, and that's all in the plan on the inflow. So we're not concerned regarding that, and we're not going to let things to discourage us from doing it, because if we make it private, sure. The public side can build their own, and there'd be a private center for women and children. They have a choice where they want to go to.
Dr. Tom Shea, Pete Scroll on the line. Comment from Bob Kelly, who's got a lot of different initials after his name, just like you guys. Go ahead, Bob. You're on with Peter Scroll and Dr. Shea.
Good morning. I just wanted to point out that St. Luke's Hospital has a 600-bed hospital, 1,000 parking places, an entire medical center, food court in the middle on 3.5 acres.
That's true.
I sent you the information on the building of that yesterday, Ray, and the source on that. So the hospital point's much larger than that. They could put that on there, plus a lab and other things. The fact that we're not looking at hospital point is just out of, I think, just the issue. They don't want to go there. There's no problem on the height. I mean, as I said, St. Luke's, 600 beds, 1,000 parking places. How much bigger is that than GMH?
Well, and again, the conversation, though, on size and shape and number of beds, I mean, that's all dependent on the people that are going to be working on those beds. Like a restaurant, if you don't have enough staff to cover all of the tables, then you don't have enough staff to cover all the tables.
Well, that gets into another area where which I've already talked to you about when we've had discussions. When we require a nurse to come into Guam to have a Social Security number to take the NCLEX sponsored by Guam, but they can go to other states without having a Social Security number taking it. You can't get the Social Security number without a working visa for a nurse that requires the NCLEX. We're blocking nurses from coming here by not making it easy for nurses to take the test and be able to apply here.
Now, you're talking to a couple of guys on the radio that might be able to have a hand in that. 8:33 in the morning, Bob. I appreciate your time. Appreciate your comments. Have a great morning. 888-825-5888-TALK. Okay, Dr. Shea and Pete Scroll, pleasure talking with you. Maybe the next time we get a conversation. Is that the grandbaby I'm hearing in the background?
Maui, say hi. Say hi, Maui.
Hi.
Hey, Maui, how you doing, buddy?
Maui, can you say half a day? Say half a day. Yeah. Oh, he wants to go play now. I gotta go.
All right, you take care of business down there. I appreciate it. What a great moment. I'm glad that we can share that. And happy Mother's Day to little Maui's mom. 8:33 in the morning. Pedro, I'm going to leave things with you. Let's wrap this up. What else do we have to talk about there this morning before we get into the newscast?
Basically, we started with 6 locations. The process of this has been started 8 months ago. There is a process to select a site. You don't just guess. There's such a thing, Ray, is called the emergency site location analysis, and we've done that. We've narrowed it down to 2 locations. We have to consider how fast that you can get to the location. And one location is within 9 minutes of 72.9% of doctors' clinics on Guam, and the other is 12.7 minutes away, and that's by car. So, we take into consideration the ambulance rides. There will be an emergency room. Dr. Shea has been so helpful. I mean, just in one text from him, he saved us 6 months of time. Just the breakdown of how many rooms for the women, how many should be rooms for labor and delivery, how many for acute care. The children's area is going to have a little playground in the back that's a secured area for them. It'll have a little movie theater after dinner. They can have movies with their parents or their siblings. It'll be restricted to parents and siblings and grandparents. The University of Pittsburgh Children's Hospital, I toured it. And I had to tour about 12 hospitals throughout the nation and 4 countries to learn about hospitals. Wow. You don't just guess. You know, you got to learn this. You got to go to these hospitals. You got to meet their CEOs, their staff, radiologists. And there's such a thing, Ray, called diversion therapy for children. We've already talked to some artists here on Guam, local artists, because, like, for example, the MRI room, you're not going to know what it is. The entire room is going to be painted with cartoon characters, dolphins, turtles.
I can imagine. You know, it's hard to get adults in the frame of mind to be in an MRI room and be able to keep them still. With the kids, might also be different. One other thing is, if you could incorporate into the design here of the Women and Children's Hospital, I'd love to have a little chapel in there. I recall when my little girl was born, I had a hard time finding someplace near the labor and delivery area where I could just go off and say a little prayer and hope everything worked out in the delivery. We finally found someplace that was kind of out of the way and quiet enough, but it'd be nice if there was just some place for moms and dads to go in those urgent moments. Not 8:36. Pedro, I got to run. I'll talk to you pretty soon. Okay. Have a great morning. I appreciate the topic, Women and Children's Hospital here on Guam. Don't wait for the government to do you any favors. Sometimes you got to take the bull by the horns and do it by yourself. Bottom of the hour, and our last look at news and headlines with Donna D is coming up next.
Did you know that our liver serves over 500 functions for our body? A healthy liver provides a wide range of health benefits. TMC's Center for Liver Health and Transplantation prides itself in providing world-class diagnostic and therapeutic services to patients with liver diseases such as liver cancer, cirrhosis, and viral hepatitis. The TMC Liver Center is known for the high success rate of their liver transplant program, capable of both pediatric and adult, deceased, and living donor liver transplantation. For more information, contact the TMC referral office at 988-8627. The Medical City, your partner in health and in sickness.
Join us at Mezcla Chamorro Fusion Bistro and see why they've been crowned Guam's best Chamorro food restaurant for 9 consecutive years. Experience Chef Peter's candied salmon over scallion coconut rice, octopus tenactac, Chamorro platter, and their award-winning gourmet burgers. Or if you're looking for something healthy, try their keto-friendly menu. Come and enjoy Mezcla's half-a-day service at their Hagatnya location from 11 a.m. to 2 p.m. for lunch, 5:30 p.m. to 9 p.m. for dinner, or 10 a.m. to 2:30 p.m. for their famous Sunday brunch.
All right, 20 away from the top of the hour, 888-825-5888-TALK is my telephone number. Got a little bit of conversation down the road about the mega reunion of John F. Kennedy High School. And I like to pretend that I need to get involved in that kind of thing because while I did not graduate from John F. Kennedy High School,
you dated a few girls there, Ray?
1 or 2.
I'm guessing.
Same time. Attended their prom, which was awesome, and generally would spend probably more time in the parking lot at John F. Kennedy High School goofing off with my friends that got kicked out of Father Duenas.
Yeah.
Than I did at the parking lot at Father Duenas. It was
perfect.
Those were those kind of just crazy times. It's 8:38 in the morning. Donna D's got that last big look at news and headlines now. Off of Donna, what happened?
Federal defendant Jacob Manabusan is no longer going to trial after taking a plea deal. He pleaded guilty in district court yesterday to conspiracy to distribute meth after he was caught in the act by an undercover drug dealer. His partner, Annalyn Tenorio, took a separate deal from federal prosecutors and agreed to testify against Manabusan. His sentencing is set for August 8. And it's been nearly a week since the U.S. DOE visited GDOE's Head Start programs for the second time this year. The second visit follows citations GDOE received for issues like unfenced playgrounds and staff-to-student ratio. The U.S. DOE required an action plan to address areas of concern. Guam Education Board Vice Chair Maria Gutierrez says the pending results will formally reveal if that action plan yielded any improvements. And the Guam Behavioral Health and Wellness Center was honored with the 2023 Justicia Award by the judiciary yesterday. The award is given annually since 2008 in May, recognized as Law Month, to an organization or individual for making an outstanding contribution to the justice system and rule of law on island. That was your last look at local headlines.
Oh, the rule of law.
It says and rule and roll. So I don't know. I should have checked
rock and roll.
Yeah, to rock and roll.
Good golly, Miss Molly.
On the island.
Okay.
That was it. Goodbye.
All right, there it is. There are the big stories with Donna D here. But we've got time now to take. I see Flora, and I'll get to you in just a second, sweetie. But we got to take care of the most important part of the program, ladies and gentlemen. That is the recitation of the celebrity birthdays. Are we ready? Are we set? Here it is. Celebrity birthday number 1. Do we have the celebrity birthday music behind us now, Real Joe? You didn't look yet.
Man.
Come on, man. You know, I gave you one of those things for your boys' ugly shoes. What do they call them? Croc shoes? And the little toys that go in the croc thing? Did I not give you?
You talking about gibbets?
Yes, I am. I found
You give
one.
me all the gibbets you find.
Well, because I find them on the beach
Some
all
of
the
them
time.
are brown.
Because I hang out at the beach and a lot of tourists hang out there and they go and spend a lot of money at the Croc store and they buy those little giblet things and they put them in the shoe and the little kids kick them out. So when I find them, I bring them to Real Joe so he can give them to Ruckus so he can put them in his ugly shoes. And all I'm asking for is a piece of, appropriate theme music for celebrity birthdays. Number 1, and there's not a big list here today, Bono from U2 is 63 years old.
63?
Yes. What do you think?
Bloody
Overrated?
Sunday.
Overrated? It's kind of
They were good in the 80s.
political whiner.
But then he got real weird, man.
Yeah.
He got weird fast.
Yeah, I kind of know what you mean. All right. So, anyways, Bono of U2 is 63 years old. Celebrity model Linda Evangelista is 58 years old, spelled Linda. For those of you that know me well, I dated an Lynda. John F. Kennedy, class of 1980.
From Tortu.
Well, I'm thinking about it. No, there's no Evangelistas in Tortu.
Okay.
They're all Matagwak. They're all. You know where the gymnasium, the Zigo Gym is?
Past there.
Right around there. All right, might be a couple other names that you recognize. From Los Angeles, Eric Palladino is 55. Todd Lowe from True Blood, but I don't know which one he is in True Blood. I watched the entire series of True Blood, and it just got weirder and weirder, and I couldn't stop watching it because I felt like I'd made an investment in it. And I didn't want to let it go in case it got good again, and it just never ever kind of got good again.
That's a vampire werewolf thing.
Aren't they all?
Oh, okay.
Yeah. Anyway, and fairies. Vampire, werewolves, fairies, etc.
I thought that was a crime show.
Okay.
No. True Blood is not a crime show. Kenan Thompson from Saturday Night Live. Don't ask me which one is 45 years old. I'm throwing these in there in case you know who they are.
He's a dark guy.
Lindsay Shaw from Pretty Little Liars is 34. Lauren Potter from Glee turns 33 years old. Is that you're a singer, entertainer, songwriter person? Does that mean anything to you?
I don't watch Glee.
You don't watch Glee. There are some songs though. Yesterday we were talking about Rosario Dawson.
Oh yeah, that's right.
And what I want you to do, if you want to get some of the footage of Rosario Dawson, go to YouTube and look up Glee's version of Safety Dance. SSSSAAAAFF. I can't see your eyes. Never gone that far up. I'm just saying. That's the video that you need to be looking for, and that will give you all the indications you require to understand why Rosario Dawson is the hotness. Still, 8:43 in the morning. Something to celebrate. It's Clean Up Your Room Day.
No.
Right?
Sounds like a great idea.
As old as I get. I can hear my mother's voice in my head saying, you need to clean the rooms. And I'm like, tomorrow I'll get around to doing it. I need to watch TV, Mom. Star Trek's on. International Receptionist Day. It's Root Canal Appreciation Day. Yay!
My favorite.
Oh, man.
Shout out to my dentist.
What do I know that Ed just recently had a root canal? That real
I
Joe?
I just had one.
Just
man.
recently had
the
a root
crown's
canal.
coming.
Oh.
They're working on the crown.
Really?
Yeah.
How much is... Oh, my God.
Wait, how long
don't
is it?
even
Like
ask.
3
Do we
weeks?
need to have a fundy for you?
Yeah.
Patty's is Wednesday. We'll do
I
yours
need
Thursday.
to start a GoFund, man.
Wow. Small Business Day, School Nurse Day, World Lupus Day. And I know I'm getting it to you late, but if today is World Lupus Day, so wear purple. And if you're wondering where you can get purple, go to Southern Mountain Gear. Ask Dan if they still have any more purple Southern Mountain Gear long sleeve whatevers.
I'm sure they
Technical shirts. I'm sure they do. And it's Rediscover Your Inner Child Day by roaring like a dinosaur, dressing up in dinosaur-themed clothing, or watching your favorite dinosaur movies.
Barney.
Speaking of purple.
Barney's my favorite dinosaur.
Of purple. Oh, my God. And Ruckus is that age where, Daddy, let's watch more Barney, the dinosaur, shall we? Don't worry. One of these days I'll get into Blue's Clues, and you'll just, wonder about the guys that are in Blue's Clues and just what is it that they're teaching our kids.
No, he's watching Rated R already, Ray.
Good kid. Good kid. Now, what's the one that I'm thinking? What's the dinosaur movie I'm thinking of? where the little baby dinosaur loses its mother, and that's where
Land
kids
Before
learn.
Time.
Land Before Time.
Don't make me cry, man.
Real men only cry at that scene and the end of Gladiator.
Yeah.
That's it. Or there's might be a couple of other movies you're allowed to cry at. End of Saving Private Ryan.
I was going to say
allowed
Grave
cry
of the
at that one.
Fireflies. Did you watch that?
Which one?
The Studio Ghibli one. Grave of the Fireflies.
Grave of the Fireflies.
Dude.
Is there a really good death scene in there?
It's just sad.
Will it cause me? Okay, so I don't want. This is my admission at 61 years of age. I do cry at movies. I'm fully capable of. When we get to that emotional moment, I'm capable of just kind of losing it at the end of Bicentennial Man every single time.
Watch it once, then you'll never want to watch it again because it's
Really?
going to hurt your feelings.
Wow, 8:45 in the morning. What's the name of it again?
Grave of the Fireflies.
Grave of the Firefly. Anywhere I might be able to find that?
I think HBO Max has it.
Okay. Just Max now. I think they've changed the name.
Oh, already?
Completely. Yep. 8:46 in the morning. Donna's going to get out of here. We're going to take a quick break. Get more of your phone calls in at 888-8255.
Happy day. This is Clara Manglonia from Security Title with an important warning. Wire fraud is real, and home buyers and sellers are one of the biggest targets, even on Guam. When sending money by wire transfer, be sure to confirm the wire instructions by phone, not email. In this case, it's good to be suspicious and know who you're dealing with. Let the professionals at Security Title work with you to minimize loss due to wire fraud. We are here to help.
Subway's new Subway Series menu is a collection of greatest hits. But my number 7, the Mexicali, is on a whole nother level with the way avocado meets chicken and pepper jack cheese.
Outlaw! You tell them, Raiden. That's the number 2, the Outlaw Sandwich. They don't know flavor.
It's the greatest cheesesteak hit with juicy steak, pepper jack, and Baja Chipotle sauce. There's a better meat and cheese pairing than that. Shanzi, justify my point, please.
Meatball, pepperoni, and mozzarella. That's number 6, the Boss Sandwich, because we're the bosses of flavor. We're done here.
At Subway, you gotta refresh to be fresh.
Studio time, 8:47. Stop talking, Eddie. We're almost on the radio here. Just a quick chat with Flora on. Did she go to JFK? Is that
No, she didn't.
No. All right.
No.
Well, I love you anyway. Just real quick, Flora. What's going on?
I'm an academy graduate, 75.
Hey, my daughter's about to become alumni. Friday is graduation. Tonight is baccalaureate.
Congratulations to her and happy birthday to you for tomorrow.
Shoot, thanks.
I brought my headset.
Okay.
I'm just calling. I wanna thank Attorney Crow. I'm telling you, Ray. It was just even an eye opener to learn that he was really instrumental in the GRMC concept, and which finally became a reality, right? So I want to thank him so much. And you know what? This new concept for a new hospital for the women and children, man, is going to be really valuable for our island. And my grandson, he was diagnosed with a health conditions here in Guam last November, and then they flew to Washington. He was referred to Washington, D.C. for a heart operation this January, and he stayed there for 3.5 weeks. And boy, if they do something for Guam, for the children and for the women, this will be so awesome. I want to thank him, and of course Shay. I'm just so happy. Things gonna move up, and basta GMH. We suffered long enough already, and I want to really thank both of them, and especially Scroll, because I know his concept, it's going to be a good one for us, man.
I'm not going to disagree with you. When it comes to leaning into issues that we've got in the community, this one here is a long time coming. Flora, I wish I had more time.
I'll make it quick first, and you know what? The McDonald's Charity House in D.C., they took in my grandson, but could you imagine if this hospital is being built? We don't have to be searching for hotels and stuff. Things will happen. I know things can happen, but congratulations. Hopefully this will go through.
It sounds like a significant chunk of the plan has already been taken care of. 10 away from the top of the hour. In the studio with me is my very, very close personal friend, Stu Honest, Eddie Cruz, a.k.a. Sharky. We refer to him as Sharky in the family. How you doing?
Very good.
Always glad to hear from you, and delighted to follow along with some of your adventures, keeping the John F. Kennedy statue garden all clean.
Yeah, we try our best. So it's religiously cut, not like other public places.
So, he knows his way around talk radio as well. Now, JFK Mega Reunion, it's a topic that my recollection is, and I want to say that I wanted to be a part of it just before COVID hit, and then everything kind of unraveled and fell apart. And you guys were like deep into the process. I mean, you had everything all lined up, which venues we were going to be at, what the festivities were going to be at, who was coming, who was going, and who paid, who didn't pay, and then all of a sudden COVID hit and everything was put on the long pause. Well, it's time to release the pause now because it's back on.
We never should have had a pause.
There is that conversation as well.
You're right. We were right on the final 30 days. We were ready to go, and I had to pull the plug. We were fighting to get the statue in before the festivities began. COVID started shutting things down, and the statue almost got locked up in Cebu. But luckily, there's some great alumni that helped get him in business class on Korean Airlines, and we got him here in one piece, and Guam Customs and everybody else was gracious enough to let us get him unpacked and get him put up that Saturday. So we right before the shutdown, not even 24 hours before the shutdown.
One of these days we'll separate topic. We'll talk about the drama that was the restoration of the John F. Kennedy statue. The easy to start off with a bust, but you guys decided to go with a full-length standing statue. Yeah, just like it looked before from back in the day. All right, but the mega reunion is back on. You may start purchasing your tickets today. Correct?
Correct. And there is a banner up in front of the school there, right by the statue, that has the website, and that's where you'll have to purchase tickets.
Excellent.
Just in case, it's www.2monjfk2020reunion.org, and you can purchase tickets there. It's for Friday mixer, Saturday gala, and Sunday, we've got a picnic down in Inarajan, so it's going to be a lot of fun.
Looks like we've got a fairly full July, as a matter of fact, as well. You've got accommodations over at the Dusa to take care of everybody. I wanted to go over the email address and the website, Tumon JFK. JFK is in Tumon, but people that went to school in that property before 1963 won't remember it as John F. Kennedy High School because he was still alive then.
Yeah, it was Tumon JFK Junior Senior High School, and it was the newest school on Guam, so it was pretty cool to be there. We have one alumni that graduated there the first year, and she's going to be present for some of the festivities.
Uncle Robert, didn't he started attending school when it was Tumon High?
Yes, right.
And then Kennedy was assassinated. I want to say that was while he was there.
I believe so. I can't remember whether he was there that year or the following year, but I remember he was that class, and that class actually at the beginning objected to the name dedication to John F. Kennedy High School because they kind of wanted it to be somebody from Guam that was rich in the culture and not some president that we were going to follow for, whatever. And of course, John F. Kennedy had its controversies also. But, it could have gone any which way. But fortunately for us,
John F. Kennedy. Well, I don't know. There must have been a cultural connection because I remember growing up on Guam and everybody had two pictures in their house, at least two pictures. One was Jesus Christ and the other one was John F. Kennedy. And prove me wrong. I defy you. 8:53 in the morning. So tell me again about some of the festivities that we've got working up. Are you going to have a float in the parade?
Yeah, that's the first thing. We had collaborated with Tamuning Mayor. I'm not going to politically correct myself, but I call her Tamuning Mayor, Louise Rivera.
Yeah.
And we're going to be with their float, but we're going to have our own trailer, and we're going to have a fantastic DJ provided by a fantastic radio station.
Yeah. Yeah. Daryl came to me and says, because we were talking about doing a float, and I'm like, well, I don't know. There's only a few of us anymore these days waiting for the economy to come back, and I can start hiring people. He says, JFK is wondering if you guys want to hook up. Yes. Yes, I do. Yes, I do. So Daryl will be up there, and many of the members of all of the choice stations will be riding along with you. Kind of all of us will be touching the future on that. An opportunity to tour the school on the Wednesday after Liberation Parade.
That's correct.
Mm-hmm. And down the road, this will be the big deal. It's the Friday. Well, I don't know. You got two of them. You got a mixer on Friday at the Deuce It. That all by itself would be a big deal.
Yeah, apparently, see how these things have originated on the mainland is we've always had a Friday mixer because we got people coming into the area, right, traveling. So that breaks the ice, gets everybody started. We have stand-up comedy. We have some small bands and groups that want to just have fun. So that's always broken the ice, and it's been a tradition, so we decided to keep it. And that one is just drinks and poo-poos and stuff. The Saturday night deal is the big event with the big gala, the big dinner, couple people giving speeches. Not a lot of them, because we don't want this to turn into a political event. You know, we wanted to just be simple, get everybody together, have a dinner, and dance.
Right.
So that's what the gala will be.
I got to ask you, maybe this is a question for Daryl. How do you figure out what you're going to dance to? There has been a John F. Kennedy High School for as long as we've been alive, practically, and that's a whole lot of different demographics. You got the kids who are growing up in the hippie days of the 60s, and you got the rock and rollers in the 70s, and the disco kids in the 80s, and you know, how are you going to combine all of that?
So you're right. So we have an entertainment committee, and it is examined like we did on the mainland, all the different genres and years and eras and everything else. So we have already figured out a program that'll fit everybody. So while the manumcos are out using the bathroom, the younger generation will get up there, listen to their music, and then as they come back, we'll go back to 60s, 70s, and 80s, which actually seems to be the most popular. And we've got a band here that's going to take care of the music that night. And it's going to have jam with a lot of alumni that have contributed.
Of course.
You know. So the Radiants are going to be playing. And, you know, they're going to have different people that have sang with them and played with them over the years. And I think it'll be a lot of fun.
It's going to be crazy fun. All of these have a price tag attached to them. Ignore what the prices are. Given the nature of the entertainment, given the nature of the food, the quality of the service at the places, it's the Deuce It Ballroom, ladies and gentlemen. They don't serve. You're not going to get trail mix when.
No,
when
we're not going to get McDonald's.
Right.
No. Take it away from McDonald's. But you're not going to get no McDonald's. You're going to get a fabulous dinner at the gala, and that's the way it was meant to be.
All right. Now, one of the things that I'm going to be most interested in for a couple of reasons. Number one, no price tag attached to it. Number two, an opportunity to get down to Inalahan. You guys got something going at LG's Beach.
Well, we started out in 2020 having a picnic at the school, and because now we're fully open, we decided to do a summer event. The school's not going to be open, so there's no way to really integrate the students into this. So we decided we were just going to have a private beach picnic. Somebody donated use of the beach. And we're going to have, it started out, it was supposed to be a potluck, but then we thought, oh my gosh, you know, in 2020, we had that event and people bought tickets to it, and it was supposed to have been a donation, but yet we never had the event, and we feel sorry for those people that bought those tickets.
Still got the money.
So we said, well, let's hire a caterer, and we'll provide X number of meals, and then anybody else that wants to bring a roast pig or chicken kelaguen or whatever to add to that menu can do so, and so that's what it's turning out to be.
I'm fuzzy on the location. It's Leon Guerrero's Beach. Is that the one by Godhouse?
Yeah,
in that path.
Yes.
Okay.
It's Leon Guerrero Beach next to the governor has a beach next to it. You know, the Leon Guerrero.
Pull that chain down, bro.
Well, no, we're just gonna overrun it.
Okay, gotcha.
You know, I think Auntie Lou won't mind as long as we pick up our trash and don't. Defecate on the beach.
Only got a minute left in the program here, and I know there's a whole lot going on. What's the easiest way to get a hold of you? Easiest way to get their hands on tickets?
The easiest way is to go to the website. Because we want to prevent any impropriety or anybody not getting their tickets. We're funneling it through the website. Now you can get a hold of us on the email. We're Tumon JFK Mega Reunion 2023 at gmail.com, or you can email me directly, Eddie, EDDIE.cruz at ymail.com, and I'll answer all those requests. But unfortunately, it has to go through the website, has to be purchased properly with a credit card. So if you don't have a credit card, get a hold of us, and we'll direct you to your POC, which is your person of contact for your class year, and they'll hook you up and they'll take care of you.
All of the information that we were talking about is on the screen right now. I'll leave it there while Fox News is playing. Shark, it's always a pleasure seeing you, and great to have you in the studio this time. We'll as it gets closer and closer, expect a couple more visits.
Yes, Ray. Thank you so much.
KUSG Agana, where peak is best. This is The Point.
America is not a deadbeat nation. We pay our bills, and avoiding default is a basic duty of the United States Congress.
President Biden speaking after sitting down with congressional leaders for about an hour this afternoon to discuss the debt ceiling. He says default needs to be taken off the table, something Senate Republican leader Mitch McConnell agreed with.
The United States is not going to default. It never has, and it never will.
Senate Majority Leader Chuck Schumer said the disagreements are wide right now.
With all the dangers that has for the American people as a hostage, and say it's my way or no way, or mostly my way or no way, is dangerous.
The president said White House and legislative staffers will meet daily ahead of another meeting with congressional leaders on Friday. The U.S. Chamber of Commerce out with a statement saying it's disappointed in the lack of movement in the meeting, but it is pleased that all sides will meet again. They will challenge the verdict. The lead attorney for former President Trump in his sex assault civil case reacts to the jury's decision to award author E. Jean Carroll $5 million.
Attorney Joe Tacopina did acknowledge it was a mixed verdict in this proceeding, but said it shows the attorneys for Carroll did not prove their case.
They rejected her rape claim, and she'd always claimed this was a rape case, so it's a little perplexing.
Tacopina said the liability on sexual battery and defamation will be appealed. One reason for that appeal, he said,
the Access Hollywood tape should not have come into this case.
Tacopina also said he doesn't feel this verdict should disqualify the former president with voters in 2024. In New York City, Gernal Scott, Fox News.
New York Congressman George Santos has been charged with federal criminal offenses. America is listening to Fox News.
Celebrating BK's 34th anniversary, Whopper Wednesday is back every Wednesday in May. Visit participating Burger King restaurants and say, I love the Whoppers, and get a free flame-grilled Whopper sandwich with the purchase of any large-size Whopper combo meal. Top off your meal with French fries or onion rings and a refreshing Coca-Cola. Tell your friends and family and enjoy your Whopper Wednesday only in May. Available at BK Agutnia, Tumon Bay, Micronesia Mall, and the airport. Thank you, Guam, for 34 years. You rule.
Hafa, this is Josh here at APL. Our expertise and extensive network can help you grow your business and reach out to more global markets. As a responsible carrier, APL is also committed to a sustainable future, whether it's protecting the environment or investing our efforts in giving back to the community. Our dedicated teams in Guam, Saipan, and on U.S. mainland are here to support you. Call 588-4651 or visit www.apo.com.
Guests.
After her husband died last year, she wrote a children's book on grief. Now a Utah woman is charged with his murder.
33-year-old Corey Richens was arrested in Park City, Utah this week on murder and drug possession charges stemming from the March 2022 death of her husband, Eric Richens, who reportedly warned family members his wife was trying to kill him. Prosecutors allege Richens spiked her husband's drink with 5 times the lethal dose of fentanyl she bought from a friend and hours later called authorities to report him unresponsive. The charges come 2 months after Richens appeared on local television to promote Are You With Me?, a picture book she wrote to help children cope with the death of a loved one. She and her husband had 3 kids together. Gianna Gelosi, Fox News.
A federal task force is recommending that women start getting every other year mammograms at age 40 instead of waiting until 50. The U.S. Preventive Services Task Force has long said women can choose to start breast cancer screenings as young as 40, but until now has made a stronger recommendation for the exams every 2 years between ages 50 and 74. The draft recommendation, if finalized, won't settle the issue. Other health groups have differing guidelines for when women should start routine screening and whether they need it annually or every other year. A major job marketing social media platform is making layoffs overseas.
LinkedIn will be closing In Career, its jobs app that focuses on jobs in China. It's also cutting 716 jobs globally. It's citing slower growth. The China app has struggled against local competition. It previously shut down its social media site 2 years ago. LinkedIn is a jobs and professional services site owned by Microsoft, which says corporate orders for the company's software and cloud services have cooled. LinkedIn has 20,000 employees globally.
Fox's Jenny Casola. I'm Lisa Lacera. This is Fox News.
Struggling to find the perfect Mother's Day gift? Look no further. For a limited time, get a new iPhone 14 on GTA's Live Unlimited plan. And you'll not only make Mom's day, but also get her a free Apple Watch. Help Mom stay connected, monitor her health, and keep track of her fitness goals with just a tap. It's a gift that will make her life easier and more stylish. Don't wait. Head to your nearest GTA retail location and get your iPhone 14 and free Apple Watch today. Happy Mother's Day. GTA. We start with you.
Subway's new Subway Series menu is a collection of greatest hits. But my number 7, the Mexicali, is on a whole nother level with the way avocado meets chicken and pepper jack cheese.
Outlaw! You tell them, Raiden. That's the number 2, the Outlaw Sandwich. They don't know flavor.
It's the greatest cheesesteak hit with juicy steak, pepper jack, and Baja Chipotle sauce. There's a better meat and cheese pairing than that. Shanzi, justify my point, please.
Meatball, pepperoni, and mozzarella. That's number 6, the Boss Sandwich, because we're the bosses of flavor. We're done here.
At Subway, you gotta refresh to be fresh.
It's 6 after 9 o'clock in the morning. Ray Gibson Show brought to you by American President Lines, APL, a global presence with a local home. Also being brought to you by the team over at NissanGuam.com and the World Wide Web. You know, they've got other than Nissans on that lot. How about the Infinities, including their Infinity Premium Care Program, integrated maintenance that provides a suite of benefits, including oil changes, tire rotations, inspections, brake fluid changes, and something I'd never, ever heard of before. But apparently, in the Infinities, part of the air conditioning system, they've got air filters in there. So it scrubs everything inside, scrubs everything from the outside coming in, and makes it so that you are breathing pure air in your QX60 or QX55, the QX50 and the Q60, available right now for test drives. Learn more at NissanGuam.com.
Getting you back to the talk faster. It's the Ray Gibson Show.
After 9 o'clock in the morning, Ray Gibson Show until it's not going to be anymore. And an opportunity, my very close friend and personal friend, Bojo Molina in the studio. And he's also kind of will liaise between myself and among one of my favorite advertisers, and that is the Medical City. Not to be confused with Guam Regional Medical City. There are connections, obviously, and some very, very strong connections. But the Medical City in the Philippines, maybe you've heard of the place. And I want to welcome to the program Dr. Lawrence. I want to make sure I say the name right. Dr. Lawrence Sibayan. Did I do it?
Yes, but I'm not a doctor.
What? Mister. I just, I saw
Doctor,
the R and
doctor.
the period. Yeah, it's okay. I'm not a doctor, but I play one on the radio. It's okay. I want a lab coat. Bring me lab coats next time with a Medical City logo on them. And I can, no, I'm not going to perpetrate being a doctor in the Philippines as much as I'd like to. Well, good to have you, Mr. Lawrence Sabayan, in the studio from Medical City. Now, in between the conversation here, guys, was talking about accommodations for me. No secret, I have not had ECU executive checkup since 2019, because that was when there was COVID, and I've only just recently been able to fly back between here and the Philippines with a negative test. Prior to that, you needed to be fully vaccinated. I'm not fully vaccinated, and so I've been waiting for that window to open up. And just curious, your thoughts. Tomorrow, day after tomorrow, the American pandemic health crisis is going to conclude finally. Do you suppose, Mr. Lawrence, that there will be a companion move by the president of the Philippines to simultaneously end the public health emergency in that country?
Yes, actually, I think some days back, from the pronouncement of the World Health Organization, the global
they just
health
canceled.
emergency.
They just ended theirs.
Yes, so our Ministry of Health or our Department of Health is now studying on how are we going to adopt accordingly.
Ah, interesting.
Yes.
Now, also interesting, though, and I don't want to say surge. I'm very careful about how we use those kinds of words. But didn't they just recently in the Manila area or certain areas in Manila go ahead and enhance some of the protocols because of a rise in cases?
Not particularly. Not particularly. It's just that, of course, I think the reason why we are saying that there is like an increase in the number of COVID is because every time people get symptoms, they still get tested. But it's not the same as before. It's actually like a common flu now.
I was going to say, because I think that was the case here, is as many test kits as there were. I think a lot of people that got COVID-19 and in certain age groups probably said, oh, is that all it's going to be? That's as bad as it's going to be? I'm not even going to bother telling anybody. If I get sick, I'll take the swab. Oh, it's positive, so what? It's only COVID. I think we're at that point anymore, and I think we're watching worldwide. So Japan, just over the weekend, a couple of days ago, it dropped all of their entry requirements and restrictions. In tandem with their Golden Week, and I'm looking forward to an opportunity when I go to the Philippines for my medical at Medical City that I will be able to fly in. Never mind even the test results. And when I go down to Singapore, I don't think Singapore has any requirements either, right?
Yes. I mean, Philippines doesn't have any requirements anymore. We also, I was just with.
But I think still I have to come in with a negative test. I think that's what was the latest guidance, and I've set up an alert on my email, my Google. So there's a Google alert for Philippine entry requirements for unvaccinated flyers.
Oh yes, but actually not anymore. It's not like a requirement for you to get tested prior to.
Oh, I can test there
in the Philippines.
Well, that's okay. So I'm sorry, we just a little travel agency stuff here going on, but I can test when I arrive in the Philippines. But the gamble is, am I flying in with or am I flying in without? So they say better to get it tested here, and then you don't have to worry about it when you get there. Now, if I do test positive and they say, where do you want to stay? The answer is going to be Medical City.
Yes.
And so now that's what we're going to be talking about. You've got a promo coming up for the summer.
Yes.
Tell me about it.
Yes, so we have a Pacific Summer promo. So this is the time of the year when a lot of our friends from Guam and the rest of the Pacific would come to the Philippines for vacation.
Yeah.
And apart from that, they also take the time to do their executives and their physical exams, executive checkups. So we thought that this is also an opportune time for us to be able to push a promotion for them.
Right.
What we have right now is a promotion whether they go to any of our hospitals. So unknown to many, we actually have 5 hospitals in the Philippines.
Which one am I going to?
You are going to the one in Metro Manila, the one in Ortigas, Pasig City. But we have 4 others. So a lot of our friends from Guam are also going to the Medical City in Iloilo. There's also the Medical City in Clark, Pampanga, the Medical City in Pangasinan, and the Medical City in Laguna.
Are there significant differences between them depending on their location?
Yes. So, of course, the flight right now, whichever airline you may take,
the Philippine Air,
will still be in Manila. So the closest is really going to be the Medical City in Ortigas.
Okay.
But for our friends who choose to actually go to the Medical City Iloilo, they may take the local carrier of the Philippines, and then from their flight in the morning, they can just move to another flight, going to Iloilo. And the one in Clark, it will take you some more time because it's a little
I have a
much
friend in
longer
Clark
drive.
that wanted
Yes.
me specifically to go to that one, and I said no, I don't have that kind of time this particular trip, but maybe in another one. So what we're talking about here, the summer promo is going to be available at all of the different locations for Medical City.
Yes.
All right, simple process. How do we get lined up? I mean, I know that there's a certain amount that I've got to do myself, my own travel agency work, my own web work, but to what degree will Medical City be able to take care of things like a meet and take at the airport that takes me either to a hotel or to Medical City itself if I want to be able to get started that way. There are certain procedures for which you might need to fly in fasted already, and then you don't want to like, let's go eat, and then you have to spend the rest of the time fasting. So you come in fasted, and then you go straight to the hospital for whatever the procedure is, colonoscopy.
Yes.
as an example. I'm just saying. So those parts, those service elements are in place for the travelers?
Yes. So we have the Medical City Referral Office here in Guam. So if you are going to the Philippines, whether you have insurance or you're going to be paying out of pocket, you can just, go to our office. It's located at the Rancare building in Tamuning, along South Marine Corps Drive. Or you can also contact us at 988-8627 or send us an email at assist@themedicalcity.com. And we are going to work with you on your itinerary. We will be working with your insurance. And then once everything has been arranged and facilitated here, we can assist you in the booking of your airlines. We will be able to pick you up from the airport to the medical city, or airport to wherever you are going to stay, whether that's a hotel, a B&B. So, and then from there, we can also pick you up from your hotel to the medical city for your executive checkup. And when we do the itinerary, because we know that you have limited time and we want you to optimize your stay in the Philippines for your summer vacation, what we do is, as much as possible, we do all the tests in one day, maximum 2 days. So we work with the different units of the hospital so that you'll be able to finish those in those days. And then you don't need to come back to the hospital anymore, because you may be seen by your doctor for the review of your procedures remotely. So it's your choice whether you come to the hospital or you see us, or you see your doctor over online teleconference. And of course, if you have incidental findings, you don't have to go around the hospital. We will be facilitating everything for you.
Good thing, because sometimes it's easy to get lost in certain facilities if you don't know your way around, or you're not getting any kind of guidance. I received as a course of doing the work for myself, I received kind of the rate sheet, if you will, on executive checkup packages that are available through Medical City, and I got this one from my insurance carrier, but I'm sure it's exactly the same as the one that I would be able to see from Medical City. We start trying to decide, there's different versions of the ECU that you can go after depending on what your needs are going to be. Some of the procedures, obviously, you can do here on Guam, but much better to be able to do in the Philippines. And if there's something that you need to have looked at, a secondary consultation, you can meet with a doctor while you're there.
Yes.
Okay.
Yes.
So now I'm going to read off some of these here just because I'm kind of curious. There's 4 packages. Package number 1. And as you can imagine, as you go all the way up to number 4, there are more features, benefits, and tests that are going to be added to your situation, right? There's package number 1 which is only 13,000, almost 14,000 pesos. Package number 2, and that one, depending on whether you're male or female, will run about 18,000 pesos, and 18,000, I suppose, for package number 2 for the women, 20,000 pesos. Now you're doing the mathematics in your head, going, wait a second, where's the peso today? 55. So around 20,000 is going to end up to be about $300 American. There's package number 4, which I'm going to be getting, which is 38,000 pesos. But the split of the difference is I get access to more tests, and I might be, which is important. Is I talked to Peter Tom Shea about this in the last hour. There's a lot of people that haven't had a chance to do any kind of physicals, any kind of blood work or anything, unless they come up with a chronic problem since COVID-19. And there might, over the 3-4 years now since I've had an executive checkup, something new that might be bothering me. So, and I might not even know about it, and that's why it's important to be able to take a look at it and hang the numbers. Your health is your health. And number 1, number 2, you're going to get some great service beyond what happens in the clinic, which I think is fantastic. So how do we get a hold of this again? Where do we call? Where do we go?
Yes, so you can just pop up in our office. It's located along South Marine Corps Drive. It's Rancare building. It's the Medical City.
This is the one across from FHP, right? As crow flies?
Close. It's nearby.
After Wiseout.
After Wiseout.
Okay, yeah. Okay, I know the building.
Yes.
I know the building. I know where I'm going to be headed for all of that. What do I need to bring with me?
You just have to bring your referral or any medical records, or you could just go there and tell us what you want to do in the Philippines, and we'll coordinate everything for you.
Okay, now sometimes we look at what happens actually inside the hospital and the facilities of Medical City, but I think I mentioned this to you last time you were here. Yeah, I still got a hole in my jaw where I used to be a tooth, and I'm wondering, in addition to being able to set consultations up and take care of the executive checkup, any chance you might be able to hook me up with a good dentist in there that might be able to fill in that gap with an implant?
Of course. We also have dentists in the hospital.
Okay. Well, I don't know about getting a referral for something like that, but it's always been an interesting thing to talk about and thing to do. Now, tell me a little bit about the Ortigas facility, Medical City. What's around there? So while I'm waiting, will I be able to go and get something to eat? Tell me a little bit about the spread in that area.
Well, the Medical City Ortigas is located at the heart of Metro Manila. Like literally, it's the center of Metro Manila.
I thought Makati was the center of.
No. It's down south. So, but the center is really Pasig City, where the Medical City is. So it's surrounded by a lot of malls, maybe more than 10 malls. And that is why in our promotion we have the $530 promotion that includes a comprehensive executive checkup plus 2 days stay in a hotel.
Okay.
Plus your run around the malls for free. It's gonna be a tour of the malls, care of the Medical City.
So depending on when you put this package together, there's a chance that you might be able to watch Guardians of the Galaxy in one of those really sweet movie theaters that you guys got there with the lay-down chairs and the concierge, the kuya in the back that's going to get me another hot dog and popcorn and a cold beer.
Yes, that's in Mega Mall.
They've got them on there. There might be a couple of new places since then. What about tell me a little bit about that. It's been since 2020 since I got on the plane that brought me back home from the Philippines, and then we didn't know what COVID-19 was all about and different restrictions that they were going to be having on people. What's left of that in the Philippines now? Some people tell me, well, it's masks everywhere still, and other people say, yeah, it's not as bad as that.
The restrictions have been so relaxed right now. You can enter the Philippines. You just need to do your e-travel pass. It's a pass for you to enter. That's it. But it's not really because of COVID or whatever. It's more of monitoring by the immigration.
Yeah.
And when you're there in the Philippines, you can already be free of mask everywhere, so you can just walk around without masks.
Yeah, interesting. It will be a big deal. I'm going to try to take as many pictures and videos as I possibly can while I'm there, so that everybody can share the experience. And certainly, when I'm on the property in Ortigas at the Medical City, I'll try to get as much as I can without violating anybody's HIPAA and bring it back and let everybody know what that situation is going to be like. It sounds like a good time, and it sounds like I hooked up with the right guys here. I appreciate Bojo, you setting things up, and Mr. Lawrence, I appreciate you coming by the radio station talking about this some more. 9:22 in the morning. For details, as the man says, go and find them and get the booking started right about now. I do have to ask this question because it's one of the things that came up in conversation. It's not come one, come all. It's important that if you know exactly what you want to do and when you want to do it, you might want to make contact with them now to find out how busy they're going to be at your particular Medical City at that time to make sure that they can fit you in.
Yes, that's right.
All right, so you can take care of all of that when you make the telephone calls and the number to call?
988-8627.
This guy needs no cheat sheet whatsoever. It's all in his head. I appreciate that about you. 9:23 in the morning in the Ray Gibson Show. I'm going to grab some selfies and be right back.
Because moms deserve the best, Chili's serves an elevated Mother's Day menu that's sure to please. From only $38.50, start with a glass of Chili's house red wine or Coca-Cola, followed by a choice of Chili's signature ancho salmon or sirloin steak for entree. And for the finale, the showstopper of a dessert, Chili's molten cake, a warm chocolate cake with a gooey center. It's the perfect way to show mom how much you care. Only at Chili's, where moms are treated like queens.
Save over $1,300 a year when you bundle your business mobile, internet, and phone at Docomo Pacific. Some conditions apply. Visit business.docomopacific.com to get an instant quote. Docomo Pacific Business. Work better together.
For all your real estate needs, call the professionals at Hoffaday Realty. Jody, Saran, Libby, and Lolita, and they'll take care of you on every step of the real estate process. No worries. Just contact Hoffaday Realty at 588-4232 or 588-HOFFA or email them at hoffadayrealty@gmail.com. They're at 426 Challenge San Antonio, Suite 204 in Tamuning. Open Monday through Friday, 10 to 4. Hoffaday Realty for all your real estate needs.
Join us on May 12th as we host our annual PBS Guam Pledge Drive. Tune in and show your support for quality, educational, and entertaining programming. Your contributions help us continue to bring you thought-provoking documentaries, captivating cultural programs, and engaging children's shows. So tune in to PBS Guam Friday, May 12th from 7 p.m. to 10 p.m. and pledge your support to help us keep Guam enriched, inspired, and entertained. Viva!
Studio time, 9:25, as in 9:25 in the morning. Kind of exciting. Also kind of exciting that I get to share some of the conversation with you about, what it is like, since COVID began and we had all the lockdowns and the restrictions and the airplanes weren't flying and then they were flying, but I'm not vaccinated, blah, 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 blah. And now it's, it's getting real. Friends, Philippine Airlines is going to be picking me up and dropping me off in the Philippines. Get down to Singapore for a trade show for a couple of days, and then come back and hopefully come back in time for a number of festivities around that time in June. So, but I'll take pictures. I have not yet put together the list of people that I'd like to do the morning show to torture Real Joe.
What?
Well, I don't know. I mean, we talk
Who's
about.
gonna torture
we
me?
talked about. We talked about a couple of. Have you ever? And I don't think you have, because I've not gone anywhere while
Are
you've
you
been my
asking
producer.
Lou? You're going to ask Lou to come in, right?
Yeah, why not?
I'd work with Lou.
Why not? Just see what's going on. I don't know. Maybe give you an idea of where they want to build the new hospital and what the alternatives are. And I kind of feel bad because I have not yet. Crystal Paco San Augustine's going to say, "Oh, there he's going to launch into. We don't know. We don't have any plans. Nothing's written down." And then she's going to go. But I sent you the link. She sent me a link to a thing on their new hospital website, which is about 100 pages worth of once upon a time stories about the hospital and some of the considerations that went into the selection of Lalu. But there had always been, and I do know this to be true because I've read other paperwork, there had always been conversations about alternatives, but they never brought it up because they thought the Lalu thing was going to be a slam dunk. Right? Because it was such a great deal, such a good deal. We can't tell the people over at the legislature about it. See how I am. See how I am. Anyway, so they're working. I will read the thing and get back to you with whatever interesting observations I'm able to make from doing that. But first, I really got to get motivated. I really got to get motivated. There was another project that I was working on, and I downloaded a thing into my Notability, which is what I use. That's my note-taking software, and realized that it was in excess of a couple hundred pages. And I'm like, yeah, I'll read this on the plane, but that's not going to happen. You know what's going to happen? And one of these days, I'll bring him into the studio so you can see. When I was on jury duty, which was the other thing that I complained, bitched, and moaned about for months and months. You remember that?
I remember.
When I was on jury duty, not every case that is brought by the Attorney General to the grand jury is exciting, titillating, provocative. In many cases, they were long recitations of investigations and arrest reports and findings. And so in order to occupy myself, because they don't let you go in there with your phone. They don't let you go in there with your iPad. You can bring books if you want to, but I'm not that much of a reader. So I rediscovered my love for Sudoku. And every day, I would rip out the Sudoku from the newspaper. And at the time, there were two. So I'd get the PDN Sudoku and I'd get the Guam Daily Post Sudoku, and I'd stack them all up. And on jury duty day, when I'd leave here, remember at 8 o'clock in the morning, 8:30 in the morning, last thing I'd do is I'd refill my water and I'd grab the stack of Sudokus, and hopefully they would take me all the way through the several hours worth of jury duty that I had to endure. Well, as it turns out, it's a habit. I'd done it every day for months. Every day for months. And so when I've got a newspaper in front of me, and I'll look at the Sudoku, and if it's got 3 stars or less, I'll pull it out. I'll rip it out. And so I've got a stack of these things. It's huge now on my desk of Sudokus that I pulled out of the newspaper since back in February, March, or whenever I stopped doing jury duty. And that's what will keep me occupied in the 3 or 4 hours that it's going to take for me to get on the airplane. 888-8255-888-TALK is the telephone number. And I want to say thanks very much for my bro Tom Tahazi for reminding me that it is World Lupus Day and Lupus Awareness Month. Now, I probably should have asked the guy from Medical City what lupus is all about. I will get it explained to me and promptly forget about it. But today's a day to remember that there are people on Guam that are suffering from it, and hashtag put on purple. If you like, you can go to Lupus Awareness Group of Guam. They've got a Facebook page and an Instagram page, and find out what they're all about and different things that they're going to be doing over the next several days as we make it through Lupus Awareness Month. And maybe there's some ideas of ways that you might be able to either help them, or maybe you can find ways for them to help you and your family out. The telephone number, 888-8255-888-TALK. And Mark wanted to talk about, earlier, we weren't able to get to him, but there was a guy, Mark, wanted to talk about artificial intelligence and what it is meaning. And I'm trying to figure out how I can make it applicable in my life. I'm a broadcaster, and there's an email that I got earlier today that talks about different ways that other guys in the business are using artificial intelligence for their radio stations. And I'm kind of excited a little bit later on to sit down with that email and see what people are talking about. But this morning I was kind of alarmed at a story in the Guam Daily Post. We talked about this a couple of times, and it was the story about Chamorro youths dead on Guam. There are not that many people, certainly not as many as there were when I was a little boy, that speak Chamorro. When I was at Cathedral grade school, 2nd, 3rd grade. Most of the little boys at school spoke Chamorro to one degree or another, could understand what sister was saying when she spoke Chamorro. And by and over the years, I don't know that they may have forgotten it, but I might be rusty from a lack of use. But I will tell you, I don't know that dead is the right word. Maybe you need to be a linguistic professional to understand this. We'll talk more about this with Uncle Robert tomorrow, how they're defining the use of Chamorro as dead on the island. Personally, I think that everybody needs to, everybody of Chamorro descent needs to consider that a challenge. Oh, yeah?
I think people are not getting in trouble as much. That's what it is.
I don't know. I hear that.
That's when it came out, man.
Yeah, I don't know. I hear that argument that is made from a bunch of people. America haters, anti-colonists. Well, I got in trouble when I was in school for speaking Chamorro. I don't know. I don't think it didn't happen to me. It didn't happen to me, and in my years, there were kids, little boys who spoke Chamorro in the classroom, and the teacher would be able to answer them in Chamorro one way or the other and get the conversation back on track to where it was supposed to be, but I don't ever remember anybody getting scolded for that kind of thing. Maybe that wasn't in my generation. Maybe it was in a couple of generations prior to that, but frankly, should that not have maybe driven home the point that you have to stand up for the language, have to stand up for the culture. But that's not necessarily where I wanted the conversation to go. So is it dead? And if it is dead, how do we revive it? What tools do we have at hand to be able to revive the language and put it into more use? And maybe the idea is just to put the language in front of people where they can hear it more readily and use it more readily. Mike Bavacqua, who gets a lot of criticism, and some of it deserved, maybe not. But he gets one of the things that he's done, and he's done this with his kids, is he's tried to keep the language alive by talking to his children about contemporary things in the vernacular, as it were. Now, I can't give you any examples because I'm not that good. But he'll talk about games, he'll talk about videos, he'll talk about movies, and try to get them to keep the spirit of the language alive by talking about contemporary things. It doesn't all have to be about Suma. It doesn't have to be about old laddie stones and things like that. There are ways that we can bring the language into the 21st century with us. Having said that, this morning, as part of a task here, to see if there were ways that artificial intelligence could be used. Can we use this blossoming computer world-changing, as they say, technology to help us preserve the language. Now, the first thing is that I did this morning after reading that story was, maybe what I'll do is I'll see if I can go to my chat GPT and ask it to translate a song from English to Chamorro. And I did it with Forever by Kenny Loggins, which is a beautiful love song. But I couldn't tell you whether it was any good or not because I don't speak Chamorro and I can't read it either. And so it threw out a whole bunch of words that look like they're Chamorro with accent points where they're supposed to be, but I don't know what it was trying to say and how close it was, how much fidelity it had to the actual words in the song. And I thought, well, I'm going to try this with people that I know speak perfect Chamorro that will be able to help. And I thought, okay, well, they might not know Forever, but I guarantee between Carl Gutierrez, Robert Underwood, and Bob Klitsky, they all know the song Good Golly Miss Molly. I had to drill down into something that I knew that all of them would be universally familiar with. And so I sent them the Chat GPT artificial intelligence version of Good Golly Miss Molly and its Chamorro translation. I'm not going to read all of it to you. I'm going to try to, I will stumble through this in my broken Chamorro pronunciation, and we'll ask for forgiveness. All my old Chamorro friends, don't laugh at me, huh? Yeah, this is what's going to happen. Ayande, Howley. Ihatsu guaha ungaigi na un bandana sa hadzigi minagahit. Ihatsa hu guaha un fangul. Oh, wow. Fangualu na un hagu with a J. Gizahu ha tihatungo. I know, cringing, right?
Zenguala.
Golly, Miss Molly. Havadeo and Hatsahu. Gohu un Fanu'u. Golly, Miss Molly. Guidzaha. Na Hogu Matodu Idzagumu. How was that? Was that a little bit better?
That was better, man.
They're laughing at me in Iran right now.
Oh, they're dying in Pneumatic too, bro.
But here's the thing: is I can say the word sort of, but I don't know. And there's no way I'm going to sing this. But how close did we get? How close did we get to Good Golly Miss Molly? Un pok na un quentusi guahu un sonrisa sihai gi plumahu. Huh? Stop, Gibson. Stop. But maybe there's something to it. Are people calling in saying make him stop?
Yeah, that's Henry Simpson. He said he speaks better Chamorro than you.
I don't disagree. 9:36 in the morning. Hey, maybe there's a way we can use artificial intelligence to save the Guam Raceway Park. Buenas day, Henry. How you doing there, buddy?
I'm doing great, thank you.
Wait. So you got some time at the Rotary Club, huh?
Yes, and thank those guys for inviting me, and they ask all the right questions, what's going on, and I was able to answer them. I think we're all waiting for the OPA report on the excess graded materials out there. I think that'll put a lot of the questions to rest. Mm-hmm. And I want to assure everybody I didn't steal any coral. It was hard enough doing what we did, to get things done out there. But it would be impossible, actually, probably physically impossible to steal coral out there. Anyway,
well, there's the myth and the legend, and depending on who's doing the talking, who's got the access to the media, and who's actually reporting on it. Sometimes you might get kind of the raw end of the deal. So that's why we always have you on the line when these questions come up about what's happening with Guam Raceway Park. I hear what you're saying about it would be nice if it were under other friendlier and more cooperative management than the Ancestral Lands Use Commission.
Well, it's not Ancestral Land, but the Chamorro Land Trust.
Chamorro Land Trust.
Yeah, they have two other areas that they also have to take care of. One is the golf course, and one is the recycling center. Which, in actuality, they shouldn't have any of the three of us as tenants. They should be working strictly with the getting the property ready for people that benefit from it in the Chamorro Land Trust. And so these properties should be moved to other areas. I'd recommend that even the golf course got sent over to Parks and Recreation, and that the recycling center with Public Works, as part of a way to help get rid of the junk cars.
Yeah.
But it's not in their mission statement to have to deal with these things. So plus the bad part is they don't get any of the money. So all of the money that we paid into Chamorro Land Trust goes into the general fund, and then they have to go back and ask for it. And then all that happens to them, if we're
it's an interesting distinction and an interesting wrinkle. I was always under the impression that that's why they leased out that property, was so that they could take the proceeds from these leases, these rentals, and be able to take care of the properties that they can develop and get the assessments taken care of and evaluations of the properties, so that they could determine what was needed to build up some and be able to prepare land for development.
So did I in the beginning, and I think in the very beginning, in the first few years, it may have gone to them. But somebody along the way decided that they didn't have the ability to manage that properly and made it go into the general fund, and so it doesn't directly benefit them at all. And that's, if you're you have a landlord tenant.
Well, that's another conversation. There's a side conversation that we need to have in order to fulfill what was the mission statement of that particular group. I mean, I might be wrong, but that was always my understanding. And in fact, I recall, I've been a part of some companies that had these leases with Chamorro Land Trust, and I recall, making a big deal was made of us making sure that we could pay rent to them for those pieces of property. 9:41 in the morning. Then there's the other conversation that's got to be taken care of over at the legislature about the propriety of moving the property out from under the Chamorro Land Trust and to the Department of Parks and Recreation, and then that would be managed and overseen by the Raceway Park folks. Is that, and I was riffing on that a little bit earlier this morning, is that common? Are there any Parks and Rec property or government of Guam properties that are literally being overseen by, say, sports groups?
Yeah, absolutely. In 1996, the whole northern Dedido sports area was Chamorro Land Trust land. It was transferred over from the soccer field. So the soccer field people, they take care of the soccer area.
Perfect.
It's the same thing. That's all we want to do is be treated the same as the other sporting groups and have our own place.
All right. Well, here's what you can do, because I was talking about it earlier this morning, and a couple of people chimed in and said, "My God, keep that conversation going," because there are groups out there that look at unused government of Guam property, unused parks and rec facilities, and say, "Well, we can take that over. You got those tennis courts over in Teason, for heaven's sakes." I'm sure that the Tennis Federation would love access to be able to say, "Okay, that's ours from now on." And take a look at some of the other parks that we've got and make those available to groups that will not just maintain them and put up a sign that says, "Oh, it's being maintained." They would actually run it and run it to the benefit of the people that are going to use it. We'll charge you, a couple of dollars to use our tennis courts or our swimming pool, and we'll go ahead and keep all of that money. We'll share a taste of it with Parks and Rec, but for the most part, they would be charged with the perpetual maintenance and use of the facilities.
He dropped in and he's back on now.
I can push it. Yeah, it's kind of a ruddy connection. I don't know if he's in a blind spot, but that's where the conversation it went this morning. And as I said, I've gotten a couple of people that say keep that going. The Guam Volleyball Federation would love to take care of the beach part, the volleyball section that they've got over at the Joseph Flores Memorial Park down in Epal, and I'm sure a number of others. So keep that conversation moving, would you, Henry?
We will. We have a super dedicated group of volunteers that want to see this go, and they take good care of the track, and we do fundraisers and try and take care of the track also. So, yeah, one of the what we're trying to do right now is get a further extension until we get a chance to be heard by the legislature on this transfer. And so the 120 days for the law to be heard ends on June 24th, but our eviction is June 2nd, and so we're trying to get an extension right now for that. And if we can, then also that allows the public auditor's report to be finished. And I think that's going to be a big part of it, that it shows that there's no missing excess graded materials out of the project, and that'll give everybody a comfort level. We're audited every year, so I have clean audits for the last. I think I gave the OPA audits since 2008 or 9, and then we've got our tax statements, everything. I tried to keep everything as clean and orderly as possible. So we deserve a chance to be heard at the legislature. And we have a tenant out there, the Guam Auto Sports, and it's not fair to have them move while this thing is sorted out and then try and bring them back. They'd have to stop their business, and they're tax paying and local employment people that shouldn't have to be really, really sorely inconvenienced by this.
Yeah, I can't disagree with you on that point. But it's just watching the dominoes fall and move in one direction. Now, with regard to any kind of transfer from the Chamorro Land Trust to the Department of Parks and Recreation, is there a quid pro quo that they would be demanding? Because arguably that's property they can either develop or continue to lease out to somebody. Would they be looking at saying, okay, well, what do we get in exchange for giving this land over to Parks and Rec?
I don't really know that. I don't think they got anything in exchange for the soccer fields or the other areas. So, and it's not ancestral. There were no ancestral owners, and because that was really, really rugged land, you couldn't plant anything or grow anything, so nobody really wanted it.
You scrape the dirt, and you got limestone underneath it.
Solid rock, yeah. So we're hoping to get some more time and then get it before the legislature, because so many people want to testify and give their let people know how much that they appreciate having that track.
Well, especially after smoking wheels. Henry, I'm going to let you run. Best of luck to you. I appreciate the update, and we'll watch and see what happens with the legislature. They're in the midst of a battle, seemingly maybe amongst themselves, on what to do with the few dollars that are left over in the government of Guam after everybody got their pay raises, seeing which of the two they're going to pay leap for the small businesses or help everybody out with their power bills. We'll watch and see if they're able to insinuate your cause in the midst of all that.
We're not asking for any money. We're just asking for the ability to have a place to take care of the sport. I want to take just 30 seconds to tell you a funny story about the chatbots. My son came back and visited me for Smoking Wheels, and he had it with him. And so we were having a breakfast meeting, and he was asking people, ask it a question. So one of the guys thought he'd be real kind of tricky, and he goes, how do you please a woman? And everybody looked around, put it on the chat box. You know what it said?
What?
Listen to her.
That's it?
That was it. Listen to. If you want to make a woman, if you want to please a woman, listen to what she has to say.
9:48 in the morning. Tier. Tier, happy Mother's Day. I'm going to let you go. And just rest assured, folks, my brain wasn't anywhere near that. That was not the answer that I had floating around in my brain, for which I may need to spend extra time in the confession stall. I'll talk to you pretty soon, Henry. Have an outstanding day. 888-8255-888-TALK. You want to talk about, horns of a dilemma and the throes of everything. And let me put something happier up on the screen. For those of you watching on Facebook Live and YouTube Live, ThePOINT.gu, and while we're in the beta experimental phase, Rumble, it is as I thought it would be. There is a process to getting on the air with it. I know it's kind of inside baseball stuff, but the first thing that you've got to do is go to rumble.com/live, and you can create a new stream, or you can have a template. And the template could be, it starts with, here's a picture of Ray Gibson. I think I'm going to use this picture here of Sarita Garin on that boat in the Philippines.
Oh, wow.
Pampangas, where she's at right now. Maybe I'll use that as the opening screen on the thing. And then after that, it will ask you a couple of other things and eventually give you two sets of codes. One is the actual stream address that you will be porting your equipment to, and then the other one is a stream key so that you can do it. Now, on Facebook, they have what are called persistent keys and persistent streams, so it happens automatically. On YouTube, I've got to just set it up until that it's going to be receiving a feed. But on Rumble, I've got to take that stream key and that stream address and plug that into my streaming software every single time I do it. And if I wanted to do another stream today, it would give me two completely different pieces of the information. So it's one of those things. I'm going to have to learn how to do it, or teach Real Joe how to do it before we make that a full-time part of what is at least
going to be great. Ray.
At least the Ray Gibson Show. Somebody was wondering if we're going to do that with Tall Tales, and the answer is what I want to be able to do is have as we do with YouTube. So we've got Facebook Live for the entire radio station, but when it comes to YouTube, there's the Ray Gibson feed and there's the Bob Klitsky Tall Tales feed, and we're going to do the same thing with Rumble if Bob wants to take the show in that direction. 10 away from the top of the hour. A few other items in the table of contents. I wrote them down, so I might as well refer to them. Did you realize that television show I was telling you about with the pretty Indian girl, it's only got 3 episodes?
What, the Chopra?
Yeah. I went to go and take a look at, see if there was a 4th show on, and apparently there is not. Doggone it, because it left on a huge cliffhanger. Maybe it's one of those things I got to wait until there's a new episode in the States to play before they update the one here. Gas is down. You heard about that when I put it on social media yesterday. Went from $4.95 to $4.85 a gallon for the gasoline that goes in our car. And again, it kind of ticks me off because I've still got expensive gas in my tank. So I got about a half a tank of that. $4.85 though, that's going to make a difference for people that are going to the gas station and literally buying $10 at a time, $15 worth of gas at a time, because that's all the dough you've got in your pocket. Legislature back in session before too much longer, and they're going to continue the conversation and it shouldn't be this way. Chris Barnett and I have agreed on that point. It should never have come down to a decision between we've only got enough money for the ratepayers or we've only got enough money for the business owners, and we're going to have to figure out how we're going to take those few cents that we've got available to us now after all the pay raises are done to figure out who's going to get the blessing and the nod from the legislature, and then down the road, the governor. So what they're trying to do is to get the governor in a bipartisan resolution that went out yesterday, Frank Blas's idea. They've got a resolution that's going to be going out to the governor, asking her to use as much as possible the ARP funding. Now, some are going to say, well, you can't use ARP funding if it's going to be going in this direction. You know, my guess is that there are some really, really, really good writers over at Adeloop. You know, you get Ginger and Carlo and some of the other folks together, and I'm sure that they would be able to come up with all a mixture of the right policy words that would look good to the people that will eventually maybe be doing an audit of the spend that we've got here on Guam. Considering the trillions of dollars that have gone out in ARP funding to the entire nation and all the other territories, do you really think that there is going to be a steamroller of accountants all across the nation that are going to be looking at each individual municipality's spend of these ARP monies to make sure that they were in compliance with the manifestos that went out on how they were going to get spent. I don't think that's going to happen. I think it's going to come down to just random audit here, random audit there, and hope we don't get picked up and pinched in the crowd. Story I have not yet talked about. Another detainee of the Department of Corrections has passed away. According to the story in the newspaper, he was with family and under medical supervision when it happened. That's the good news. Hate the idea of dying alone, don't you? But, the other question that everybody's going to ask is, what happened? What's going on here? You can't just say, well, so-and-so died. Okay, why? It was a award of the honor to the taxpayers. What exactly happened there? So be on the lookout for some kind of an investigation. But there is a thought that's been rolling around in my head over the last few days. And you know how I am. If it's in my head, I got to say it on the radio. I'm not going to mention any names. But I'm noticing in the newspaper obituaries a number of people younger than myself that are dying. Yeah. They don't look, I mean, if you're going to use an obituary picture, I'm sure they're not going to send you one where you look like death. But I'm looking at these pictures, and it looked like reasonably healthy people or were when those pictures were taken. And I'm not going to say this is the most accurate count or most accurate accounting, but in today's Daily Post, there are 10 obituaries in that section. 7 of them are either my age or younger. And I wonder sometimes when we have these cases come up, you see them in the obituary. What's the first thing that you look at in the obituary? How old were they, right? And you make you do the calculus between their age and your age. Yeah. And then the other thing is you want to know why. And they don't generally tell you that in obituaries because, it's a classy thing, right? They just want to let you know that somebody that you might know has passed away and gone to be with Jesus. But don't you always wonder as you look at these pictures, what got them? What killed them? And the question that we're never, ever supposed to ask, and I almost hesitate to do it now because it's close. These are Guam people, and they're talking about a Guam obituary. And you wonder how many of them might be adverse reactions, ting, 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 to the vaccine. I know. Don't go rolling your eyes. Don't go, tinfoil hat on me. We hear in the news all the time about somebody, quote, died suddenly. In fact, there's a hashtag for died suddenly on Twitter. And the question always pops up, especially when it's somebody that's young, in their prime, physically fit. Happens to athletes in just crazy numbers. You're not going to hear about it in mainstream media. They might nod their head and say, oh, yeah, so-and-so died suddenly, but never asking the question, well, what was it that caused them to die suddenly, and were they or were they not vaccinated? And I don't know that anybody's going to ask those questions around here, so I'm going to throw it out. So when we've got folks showing up at the morgue, to what degree is anybody asking, is it possible that what got them is the same thing that is getting all of these other died suddenly people across the nation and the world? And the thing that they have in common the most is recent jabs with the vaccine. Yeah, I guess I'm still going to be that conspiracy theorist when it comes to all of those kinds of things. All right, is it the last days for the Guam Raceway Park? Not if Henry Simpson has